However,
nobody serenades you but me, Bats. Take it away, boys. Take me on home to the asylum. Never alone in the asylum. Anarchy ruled, it was wild, but through it all you never smiled. Joke's on you, I'm in your head, so look who's laughing now. Remember in Arkham City, I killed your girl, so pretty. That was the night you let me die. But when I looked you in the eye, that's when I knew we'd be together. Look who's laughing now. I'm stuck in your head and I'm laughing. Ah, I feel you with dread and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead and I can't stop laughing. What else can I do? Now I'm part of you. I am the clown, prince of crime. And we've had a hell of a time. You're part of me, I'm part of you. And now there's nothing left to do. I just can't wait till I'm in control. Who'll be laughing then? I drove you round the bend and I'm laughing. I'm with you till the end and I can't stop laughing. I killed all your friends and I can't stop laughing. Oh yeah, I think I can taste your fear. Now that my time is near, I'm in your blood, I'm so alive. I only wish you'd let me drive. It won't be long till I make you kill. Who'll be laughing then? Barbara's dead and I'm laughing. Ah! Jason Todd's dead and I can't stop laughing. I'm even dead and I can't stop laughing. What else can I do? Now I'm part of you. I drove you round the bend and I'm laughing. I'm with you till the end and I can't stop laughing. I killed all your friends and I can't stop laughing. I'm cock-a-doodle-doo. All because of you. I'm stuck in your head and I'm laughing. Ah, I feel you with dread and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead and I can't stop laughing. I'm stuck in your head and I'm laughing. I feel you with dread and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead and I can't stop laughing. What else can I do? Now I'm part of you. There's nothing like a comeback, is there, Matt? Let's go again. Take me on home to the asylum. Never alone in the asylum. Anarchy ruled, it was wild, but through it all you never smiled. Joke's on you, I'm in your head, so look who's laughing now. Remember in Arkham City, I killed your girl, so pretty. That was the night you let me die. But when I looked you in the eye, that's when I knew we'd be together. Look who's laughing now. I'm stuck in your head and I'm laughing. Ah, I feel you with dread and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead and I can't stop laughing. What else can I do?
what else can I do? Good morning, everyone. How are you feeling? Hopefully you're feeling good. I know I'm feeling good. How's everybody on this lovely day? Let me know. Hopefully you're great. Because you guys deserve to be great because you're wonderful. Okay, let me post that there. Boom, okay. A skeptical look at Atomic Hearts. Yes, we're kind of working on that. There's some drama with the game. We want to be like respectful of everything. So we're doing a little bit of research and backing some stuff up and verifying it before we jump fully into that. But yeah, we are working on that project as well, and we've already gotten confirmation on a review code for that, so it should be good. Should be good. How's the family? Family's doing well. Lockie is as cute as ever. Nikki's doing well. The baby on the way is doing well. Everything's good. Everything's good. We're vibing. We're vibing. Get some calming Last of Us background music. More game policy. My general policy right now, just to be clear, is it's basically that like I'm a game reviewer, I'm a game journalist. Why should you give a crap what I think about political stuff? One of the things that drives me crazy is when like gaming or like, you know, makeup YouTubers, not that I watch any of those, or like YouTubers who clearly have no clue what they're talking about, then start like lecturing their viewers on various things and like political discussions, and it's just cringe. It's just cringe. You have no reason to like or like take in my opinions on these things. Like, who gives a crap? If you ask, I'll tell you, but you know, whatever. Oh, Trey, congrats, little baby girl. That's awesome. Yes, Fizz. So I will not be in the review I just posted. I don't go into any spoilers. I will not be discussing any spoilers here. We have sub-only chat on because in case you missed Friday's stream, the newest trend for these types are to go into streams or videos where people are talking about Hogwarts Legacy and not just post story spoilers, but their new tactic is to spam the N-word to try to get the video and stream taken down, which, you know, is not very PC of them, but that's the new trend they're doing. So to try and fight that, we have sub-only mode. So I apologize if you are popping in and you're not able to chat yet. It's just something we're doing to try to prevent people who are popping in. Because on Friday, we had 2 people come in within like a few minutes and both posted almost word for word the exact same comment of story spoilers. So that tells me it's a coordinated attack. Like they're in a Discord server somewhere saying, okay, we're going to go after Luke's stream. 3, 2, 1, go. And then they come in at the same time and try to do it. So with the sub-only chat, at least the goal is to try to discourage that type of thing. Make it like inconvenient enough that they say, screw it, and then give up. Yeah, Reddit group. Yeah, it's pretty pathetic, honestly. It's just, and it's such a huge tactical mistake because all it's gonna do is make people like you and me look at them and be like, okay, if they're right, I don't wanna be right because they're toxic and horrible people. So I don't wanna be like them. And so they're actively like doing damage to their own cause. So either they're just freaking dumb or they don't actually really care about the policies and being PC and considerate and open and loving with your language because they're spamming the N-word in chat. And instead they just want to hate on things and they enjoy being troglodytic buffoons, which is also quite possible. So all told, we're going to try to fight it as best we can, me and the mod team. But yeah, be aware of that in any comment section about that. It's one of the reasons we decided, or I decided to pivot to a discussion on AC Mirage today. We still might chat a little bit about Hogwarts Legacy, but any video or stream that's currently tagged with Hogwarts Legacy stuff is gonna get those types of attacks. So we're just gonna be careful. I went in and blocked words. The game spoiled me. Thanks. Yeah, I also basically the spoilers have a couple of key words that might be used. So on the main channel, I also did that, and I went in and I blocked any comments so they get held for review if they include those words. So it's gonna block some comments that are not spoiling anything, but just to be safe, we're doing that. Because better to be safe than sorry, right? I don't want you guys having it spoiled. It's weird. I cast a protection stave and it didn't work. It just, it's like we need King Cobra. We need King Cobra.
That's most definitely what's up.
Yeah, we do. To come in here and like cast a protection stave. Because if you guys missed it, King Cobra JFS, who's somebody that we've popped in on every once in a while because it's funny. King Cobra. It was ISIS.
True Avenue 20 donated $4.99 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
Just want to thank you for all the streaming uploads you do.
I appreciate
Her videos
that.
get my through my work days, long drives. Put this in the toy drive for the lil one.
Thank you, Trevi, and I will do just that. Thank you for the $4.99, and I'm glad that I could help you out and survive this crazy world a little bit easier. For those of you who missed it, though, this is what I was referencing by the protection stave. King Cobra JFS, our resident favorite lol cow from Casper, Wyoming, close to where I live. He got a fake letter from a troll, told it was from the White House and from Trump, who was president at the time. And it's because he thinks he can cast magic spells to like defeat ISIS and stuff.
Super Chat. I haven't
Which is
been able
funny.
to play Hogwarts. It's been so bad for me on PC.
Oh, geez, that's too bad. I haven't really had major issues. Hopefully today they fix it, but... and yes, Phil, I did get that link. I put it on the little list of tabs, so we'll be checking that out here in a minute. But yeah,
I was like, nah, I'm hearing shit. And then I just got that letter in the mail.
Oh, this here.
During one of Trump's speeches, they talked about how they took out the leader of ISIS, and people in the room said praise Cobra's magic. I was like, nah, I'm hearing shit. And then I just...
So he thinks he has magical powers. So we need him to cast a protection spell over us to make sure that the trolls don't come in and attack us. Praise Cobra's magic. Praise be.
That's most definitely what's up.
Praise Cobra's magic. Anyway. Yeah, so that's what's going on. Let's see. I think they believe they're doing some Rosa Parks level boycott when it's actually just a bunch of children crying over people having fun. That's kind of the vibe I get. I don't know. Like, again, it's just a tactical mistake. Like, either they're freaking dumb and they honestly don't realize that they're harming their own cause, or they don't actually care that they're hurting their own cause because they don't actually really care about their own cause. Like, if you really wanted to change hearts and minds, you're not going to do it by being the more toxic person. Like, if you really believe that playing Hogwarts Legacy is the toxic, hateful thing to do, how on earth is going into live chats and videos and Facebook posts and Twitter posts and everything and spamming the N-word? How is that make you better? Like, I don't understand how you could do that and think, yes, I'm the moral one in this situation. Like, it's honestly baffling. And that's why, like, I think, you know, when you get to the point where you're that far down the rabbit hole, there's no talking sense to you. It's just crazy. Maybe it's a mix of both. Yeah, I'm sure there's some very genuine people in there. But anybody who's engaging in that type of insanity, like I said, is either dumb or vindictive. And normally they say, like, never attribute to like conspiracy or carefully plotted masterminding. Never attribute to that which can be adequately explained by way of stupidity. And in this case, I just think these people are freaking dumb. How long are you streaming? Probably for we usually go for around 4 hours. On Wednesday, we went for like 6.5. It just happens. Is that why the stream has guidelines as a reminder when I join? Yeah, well, that's something new that YouTube added as an experimental feature. But it basically just makes it so I can have those requirements. So when you join the chat, you understand what we're doing, so people can't come in and be toxic and then act like super surprised when they get put in timeout and things like that. So it's kind of a cool new thing. You know, you want to know something really weird for me that I just saw? You want to see something really, really weird? Oh, thank you, Rari. People are calling Peach and Mario movie woke. What? I don't really understand that, but huh. Interesting. I don't know, dude. There's so often like there's some catch-all terms like, you know, woke is one that's come out recently. Like if the whole meme is that like on conservative Twitter, it's you're either white or woke, or you're like straight or woke, or you know, and that's the meme. And it's like a lot of it. Like I was talking to an old friend of mine who's very like, he's so far down the rabbit hole on his side. Let me be clear, he's not a standard person. It's somebody I knew back in high school. And now he's like an outspoken like Holocaust denier. He's kind of really gone off the deep end, but he's one of those people that just everything is woke. Everything is woke. Like, I don't know how he survives going through his day to day. Yeah, let's just say he wasn't that thrilled about episode 3 of The Last of Us. Oh no, that's that. Well, like, and he used to be a really cool, level-headed guy, like really, really smart, and he was interesting to talk to. And then something happened, and now he's like an actual crazy person. I don't know what happened. So, yeah, we'll see. Is there some AC Mirage news? We're gonna go through all of it. He made a Korean mod. Yeah, Thesaurus got promoted. Everyone, props to Thesaurus. He made it. Looks so woke. Oh god. This is kind of off topic. Well, I mean, we're a streaming or a gaming streamer, YouTuber, whatever the crap you call me. So I guess it's more on topic than what I'm doing right now. Let's see. But the DualSense and DualSense Edge battery life is absolutely atrocious. Literally my least favorite part of the generation. Super Detective, I totally agree. Let me see if I can find this. DualSense Edge battery, because somebody did a teardown, and I was like, I posted just a simple tweet where I didn't make like a full video. I didn't do anything like that. I just made a Twitter post where I said, listen, PlayStation generously sent me the DualSense Edge. However, I am like really, really disappointed at the battery life and a bunch of other things. Like there's a bunch of other problems with it, of course, but that's the main thing that really frustrated me. I can't find this damn teardown, maybe? Teardown. Yeah, here it is. And people like were calling me an Xbox fanboy. People were saying all sorts of crazy crap. And they did a teardown of it, and guess what? The DualSense Edge's battery, if we zoom in here, it has listed, he did a side-by-side. I don't think they have that linked, but they took this out and then they got it with a little clearer so you can see the text imprinted on the batteries. And the DualSense Edge, so the normal controller has a 1500 milliamp hour battery. The new the regular DualSense has that. The DualSense Edge has a 1050 milliamp hour battery, which is this one. So they shrunk the battery for the premium controller. For some reason, basically it seems like it's because in order to do the hot swappable thumbsticks, they had to sacrifice some space, and that meant a smaller battery. But I just find it unacceptable. Like, the battery life, you're right, already kind of sucked. And now they're selling you a $200 controller with a battery that has a third less capacity. Like, I'm shocked that that's a thing. It's amazing to me. Is this new? Like, are these not... Oh, more tweets. Why are they putting more tweets in the comments section? Like, I don't care. Chill out. Shannon Sharp. I guess it's working because I'm looking at it now. Dude, one day I want to go through an airport carrying a small dog like that. Really? Why? Why not? Dude, to be that level of famous must be annoying as hell. I have a friend, Z, if you ever see this. Hi, Z. I love you dearly. He has like a talent for attracting celebrities wherever he goes. So like, he was outside of 24 Hour Fitness in Fort Collins, Colorado. Not a place you would expect to see many celebrities, but he's just outside the gym. He was headed to the gym to work out, and he runs into Arnold Schwarzenegger and takes a picture with him, like on a Wednesday afternoon. Like, what? What the hell is he doing in Fort Collins, Colorado? Apparently people think he has a mistress that lives up here. I don't know if that's true, but that's at least the rumor I heard. And when he goes up to him, he's like, hey man, can I get a picture with you? And Arnold's like, yeah, sure thing, big guy. And then takes a picture of him. Super cute. Or like, you know, he's at the airport and he runs into Jared Leto and takes a picture with him with like, he had crazy big sunglasses on and was trying to hide his appearance. I didn't really recognize him, but Z sure did. And he goes up to him, asks for a picture, gets the picture, he takes the glasses off. It's Jared Leto. Like, he has a talent for it. He just attracts it. I don't know. But I like, imagine for a moment, just imagine being that famous and just having people wherever you go come up to you, ask for pictures, take videos. Like, I think it would be, it would start to drive me crazy, I think. Like, I get recognized every once in a while and it's kind of fun. Like, it's cool. It weirds Nikki out, which is kind of funny, but you know, I get recognized every once in a while and it's fine. But I like to be like an A-list celebrity. I cannot even imagine. I like, initially it's probably fun, but after a while it just will start to be infuriating. Like, you see some of those videos of like Justin Bieber just going out to like lunch or something, and he's just swarmed by 3 or 4 dozen paparazzi. Or like this, like Post Malone is out walking through LA, and he's swarmed by like fans coming up for pictures and paparazzi. But Posty is such a cutie. He's so sweet. Like, I think he's the exception. But yeah, I think it would just start to drive you crazy. He also has like a whole entourage. He's got like 15 people that follow him around everywhere. I saw something like he spends something insane, like $95,000 a month on security. A month. Just for people to like escort him around places, drive for him. I don't know, man. Yeah, it would drive me insane. I'd start to lose it. I just made a huge mistake. I looked up TMZ, and now they're going to recommend me stuff. God damn it. Hey, Steven. For those of you who missed it, somebody like popped into the Discord and was like, hey, Steven, how you doing? Oh, Rocky, don't worry. Jacob's here and he's watching, so he's clipping stuff in real time. So don't stress it. But over on the Discord, somebody was like, hey, Steven, what's up? I was like, my name is pretty clearly Luke Stevens, but you know, it's funny. It happens a lot. Like in school, it happened all the time where people, like teachers, would call me Steven. And I'm like, how many people do you know who have the last name Luke? Like, I don't think I've ever met somebody with the last name Luke. Like, I really don't understand. But you know what? People do it, and it's kind of funny. So it's a little bit of a meme now as people calling me Steven. Let's see. The biggest celebrity I ever met was Brendan Fraser. Really nice guy, by the way, but I don't see a celebrity every couple days like Mr. Fraser like 6 years ago. Who did I see last? Oh, I saw Snoop Dogg at La Jolla Beach, like all the way back in 2015. And he was high as a freaking kite. His fingernails were like 2 inches long. Like, the dude was on another planet. Like, and he had his little entourage. He's wearing a white t-shirt that looks like a 6XL or something, and he's scrawny as hell. He was on another planet. He was soaring. But like, have I seen any other celebrities? Not like out in the wild, I don't think. Like when we went to E3, we came out of the showcase and like Yves Guillemot, the CEO of Ubisoft, was getting into a stretched limousine. But like, that's it. I don't know. I met Pierce Brosnan once and he thanked me for not asking for a picture. We had like a brief conversation. It was the coolest moment of my life. Oh, that's cute. That's kind of fun. I've met Harrison Ford. The rumor is that Harrison Ford is like a total dick. Is that, like, was he mean to you, Phil? Because I've heard that he's just nasty. Like, he really does not like fans coming up to him. But I don't know. I don't know. Oh, Guillermo, I want a Ghost of Tsushima in a medieval setting. I would be very okay with that. I'd be very okay with that. I was at the MGM Grand, or the MGM, or the night Tupac died. I didn't catch a glimpse of him, but I got shoved out of the way by his crew when they jumped that one dude. Oh, insane. My dad went to Elvis Presley's like last concert or second. I think it was his last concert in Sioux Falls. Elvis Presley, Sioux Falls. I've seen, yeah, Rapid City, 1977. It was this. So like my dad was at this concert. He got a bunch of merch from it. Is this it? Elvis in concert. It was in Rapid City. That's where it was. This is where he grew up, was Rapid City. And I've been there a handful of times, but this is him, like, the last concert he performed in. This was like 6-7 months before he died. And my dad's out somewhere in the audience back here. But he got a bunch of pictures. He has pictures. I have them up in a memory box stored away. Yeah, my dad's like somewhere over here. But he also got like some of the merch, which they had like a big gaudy belt buckle that just says Elvis across the front. So my dad got that, and I have that upstairs. A bunch of weird, cool stuff like that. I had Tommy Lee tell me to move aside in a nightclub once. Oh, that's kind of fun. OMG, is that the Day Before thing playing in the background? Yeah, kind of. It seems like it. Wouldn't put it past him. John McCain when I was 10 at the airport. Oh, that's fun. That's kind of cool. Let's see. I would love to meet Harrison Ford, but he does seem like a dick. Yeah, kind of. I work in film and worked with a couple talents like Don Johnson, Sarah Weisglass, and Richard Armitage from The Hobbit. Oh, that's cool. I've met the voice actors of Claire and Vampire Lady from Resident Evil. Oh, that's fun. That's fun. Celebs really appreciate when you don't ask for a pic, from my experience anyway. Well, the 4 times I've seen celebrities. I think what it is just like, it's got to be exhausting to, especially when you're an A-lister, to be like, every time you go out the door, you have to look your best. Otherwise, people are going to take pictures of you and be like, oh my God, Luke's fat now. Oh God, he's given up. He's probably miserable. Like, you can't do anything without it being news. So it just seems like it'd be miserable, which is why when somebody comes in, they're just like, I just wanted to say hi. I'm not going to ask for a picture or anything. It's got to be refreshing because it's just nice, you know? Sounds good, Rocky. Sounds good, Rocky. And the Destiny update dropping soon. You ready? I might be ready after this crazy month that we have this month. I might be ready. Maybe I'm too young, but I just don't get the appeal of Elvis. It's just noise to me. Do you like the Beatles? Because it seems like the Beatles, you're either an Elvis fan or you're a Beatles fan. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of crossover. Like, my dad is an Elvis fan. My mom is a Beatles fan. And they do not cross over. They don't get why one person likes the other. Nolan North and Troy Baker seem like they'd be nice people to meet. I think they'd be nice people to meet, for sure. Troy Baker, he really rubbed me the wrong way with that NFT thing, where he straight up did the thing that the Day Before devs did, where when called out for being kind of toxic and dumb, he was like, well, I choose to create. What are you going to choose? It's easy to hate. Like, almost word for word, he said the exact same thing that the Day Before guys are saying now. And it just rubbed me the wrong way. So I don't know if like he's actually that much of a prick, or if that was more his management that signed him up for that stuff. I don't know, but that rubbed me the wrong way. Beatles are great, but I'm from the UK, so I'm a bit biased. Oh, for sure, yeah. I'll take stream edits if Jacob is slammed with main channel vids. Okay, Rocky, that sounds good. I think Jacob will appreciate that. To have the ability to kind of let his foot off the gas occasionally. We got Atomic Heart and Wild Hearts coming this month. Yeah, how many of you guys are excited for Wild Hearts? Because I haven't really heard a lot of people mention it. Like, I have it on the docket and on the schedule, but I haven't really heard people mentioning it. Or, like, is anybody hyped for it or really, really interested? Because it looks like a weird mix of Fortnite and Monster Hunter. So, I don't know. Who's one celebrity you'd love to meet given the chance? Stephen Fry seems like he'd be super interesting to have, like, dinner with or drinks with. I think Stephen Fry would be fascinating. If it was to play video games with, I think playing Apex with Post Malone would be awesome. Other celebrities... I don't know. I'm not like a crazy celebrity gossip dude. Like, I don't really follow celebrities. Most of the time I watch a movie and I don't really know what, like, who they are. Like, I don't know. I just don't care enough about the celebrity culture. Except Stephen Fry. Stephen Fry's amazing. I don't care what anybody says. Tom Cruise, I want to pick his brain. Tom Cruise would be fascinating, but I'd be scared that he would, like, kill me and nobody would ever see me again. Because, you know, while laughing. Like he does. I'd be terrified. I think the whole time I'd be mortified. I met Justin Bieber in our mall in Seattle. He was swarmed by fans and I showed him a side way out. My son was a newborn in the NICU and JB wished him well. Decent dude. Oh, fun. Oh, Henry Cavill could be fun. I could see that, yeah. Yeah, it's just got to be so tough to be like somebody on the level of Justin Bieber, and then to have everybody just treat you like a commodity where they just want pictures from you, like with you, because they can post it to Instagram and get some quick likes and stuff. Like I met Rhett and Link at one of their meet and greet things after a concert that they did, and I took my sister to, and they were cool. They're both freaking tall. Like they're both very, very tall. Link is like 6'2" and Rhett is like 6'7". Like they're gigantic, but they were kind of cool to meet. But I mean, that's like a meet and greet. They know what they're getting into. They know that they're going to talk with somebody and do that. So I don't know. A friend of mine interviewed Tom Cruise once, said he was as queer as a $3 bill. There's the funniest thing about the South Park episode where they did that, where they wrote a whole episode where Tom Cruise was like flamboyantly gay, and the lawyers for them were like, guys, you can't just come out and call Tom Cruise gay. He's probably going to sue you, and it's just not worth it. And they said, well, what if we just had for the whole episode he's hiding in the closet and he refuses to come out of the closet? And the lawyers were like, go for it. So they do like a whole episode where all he's doing is hiding in the closet, and like Nicole Kidman comes in, Tom, you've got to come out of the closet. Everybody will still love you no matter what. And then he works at a fudge packing factory, and he's like, I am the best fudge packer in this whole building. It's just amazing. Yeah. Kelly, I need you to come out of the closet. And then I pick up my gun. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Oh, man. The How and Brad Pitt episode was my favorite. Yeah, there's so many good episodes. I'm so ready for the new season. I'm so ready. Oh, you want to know something that was really weird for me? I was browsing... Oh yeah, Wired. Yeah, for those of you who missed it, thank you, Shayon, for the $4.99. Yeah, Wired posted a Hogwarts Legacy review. They gave it a 1. And basically said it was because of
Cheyenne Saha donated $4.99.
like it was time to move on from this world, and that, you know, it's basically that J.K. Rowling sucks, and so they give it a 1. Which it's like I said in my review, I was like, it's an 8 out of 10. But if you love the world of the Harry Potter universe, it's probably +1. If you hate the world, it's -1 or -2, whatever. This person hates J.K. Rowling so much that it's like a -9, a -10. Gave it literally the lowest score possible. And what's funny is if you look at this author, there we go. This is the past work that they've done. Really seems like a qualified video game journalist, right? Oh, interesting. I can't make this up. I'm sensing a theme here. More stories. Let's see. Why on earth would they give the review to this individual? I think it's simply because they knew that this person would probably give it a 1, and it would go semi-viral, and it would pop off, and it would be really, really entertaining. So, yeah, what did I just walk into? I'm so sorry. This individual reviewed Hogwarts Legacy and gave it a 1 out of 10. And we looked at this and, you know, we see the past work. Clearly a passionate gamer who really knows their stuff. Yeah, Hogwarts Legacy 1 out of 10. No stimulation. I just like, can you imagine? But like, Wired got a review code. Or maybe they didn't. I don't actually know. Because this review, I think, just dropped. So maybe they didn't get a review code. But, like, Wired is taken seriously by these publications. And they get sent review codes and stuff. And I'm like, if I applied for a review code and I was like, check out my past work. The best vibrators for everyone. Yes, even men. 7 great Valentine's Day deals on vibrators and suction toys. Like, they wouldn't send it to me. But this person, somehow they consider qualified enough to do this. It's unbelievable to me. So, call me crazy. I'm not that bothered by this review. I don't consider it to be a very compelling. It's just like you can't make it up. Oh yes, the last review posted by this. Oh, what was it? Forspoken? No. It was for a vibrator. It's just amazing. It's amazing. Oh God, hold on. I gotta catch up on chat. You guys are popping off. Thank you so much. Okay. For one, Rayombo, thank you for re-upping your membership. Appreciate you. King Dar 1999, very generous. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hey Luke, saw your video on Hogwarts Legacy, and first I want to thank you. It's an amazing video. My question is, what does this mean for Avalanche Software? I know they mainly made Disney games. Will they continue on Hogwarts Legacy or do more? At this point, I fully expect them to basically get a blank check written to them to just do whatever they need to do. And it's because, I mean, this unironically and without mincing words, Hogwarts Legacy is probably going to, in terms of revenue, cross the $1.2 billion mark, like possibly even more. This game is going to make ridiculous amounts of money for Warner Brothers, and so at this point, I mean, they're gonna just give them however much money they want to continue working on it. And like Warner Brothers, we could say, oh, maybe they're concerned about the outrage. It's pretty clear most gamers and most of the public is not convinced by the trolls. They're just not. And so they're not going to they're not gonna mess with it. Like, they're just not concerned. Oh, your mom just walked by as I was saying vibrated. Sorry, Phil. She's like, what on earth are you watching? That's pretty funny. So yeah, I don't know. Oh, Oh man. Okay, I missed another one. Graham, thank you for the 5. Hey Luke, I never really participated in chat much because I can never think of stuff to say. I just want to say love the content you put out. Oh well, thank you, Graham, and I appreciate that. And I'm glad that you are talking today. I appreciate that. I'm kind of the same way. I watch streamers and stuff, and I pretty much never go into the chat. Not for any real reason. Like I have a couple of accounts like on Reddit and stuff that are private and that I don't put out there, so nobody would know it's me, and I can just say whatever I think and not worry about it. But even still, I just don't find myself commenting very much because weirdly enough, it might not be believable, but I'm actually somewhat shy, and I don't find myself to be super outgoing. So I think that's a lot of it. Let's see. James, hey look, sorry if you saw this before. I played Dead Space on my PS5 from your recommendation. I saw you said not to play it on hard. I played it on very hard, and I regretted it instantly.
Donated £5 through Super Chat.
Oh, thank you for the 5. And Luke
You don't
Stevens
realize
clips.
how
Wow.
funny you are, sometimes unintentionally. Hence I created this channel today. Check out some clips. Thanks for being funny, Grin.
Oh, that's awesome. That's great. I think it was on Friday. I was saying one day we'll get this stream to the point where people start making clips and things just because they enjoy the stream. And at that point, we'll know that we made it. And so it's boom, we're there. That's fantastic. I appreciate that. I want to make sure you don't deal with any like copyright strikes or anything. So I will pull up the link to your channel, and I will give you like, there, go to channel. I'll have this link pulled up so that I can make sure we don't accidentally strike anything that you do, and you can just post whatever you want. Because sometimes YouTube tries to be helpful and like automatically strike stuff, but I want to avoid that. You do whatever. That's awesome. Let's see. Luke, you don't seem shy, LOL. If you truly are, how do you overcome it to make content? I mean, you can see some of the older videos and stuff I did, or the older streams I did, where it was kind of awkward. I was very, very reserved and didn't like talking. Like, it was just really awkward. It just wasn't very good. But I've gotten more comfortable with it. It's mainly just practice. You know, I've always been pretty good at public speaking, but I've always struggled with this stuff. Like making it entertaining to talk into a camera. But, you know, I've worked at it for, at this point, like 7-8 years. I've been practicing actively. So at this point, I think I've gotten pretty good at it. But naturally, I'm quite shy, which is weird. I don't monetize though, just for fun, super short clips. Well, yeah, right now you don't, but who knows? Maybe it'll pop off. I didn't expect the live stream to start popping off and doing well, and here we are. Like, it's weird to me too. But you never know. You want to know one of the other really weird things that happened? Was I was just browsing. I was looking for things that we could check out on stream today, and I came across a recommended video. And the recommended video that I found was from a streamer like highlight channel. They've done a bunch of stuff where they just make like videos highlighting different streamers. And this particular highlight was about Forspoken. And like in the thumbnail, they've got Angry Joe, Asmongold, Moist Critical, and me, which is freaking weird to see myself put anywhere near those guys. But it's kind of funny that they clipped this, and it's just a collection of our reactions to this, which I found kind of funny. I was like,
oh, I saw this clip on Twitter.
I just knew
yucky.
shit.
Well,
oh, and here's that dialogue that went viral.
I did not just do that. I do now. I do magic, talk to sentient cuffs, kill jacked up beasts.
This is heckin' awesome.
Yeah, okay, that is something I do now.
This is heckin' awesome.
Whoa! Excited for Forspoken, are you? Well, Papa Squat.
I said
Kush, thank you.
People saying the dialogue is heckin'
Kush
awesome.
Shrivastava donated 899 rupees through Super Chat.
Thank you.
Luke, are you worried that all this so-called boycotting is setting a new very worrying trend in gaming?
It's a good question. I don't think so because it's clearly not working. Like if it were working, yeah, I'd be worried about it. But I think the reason you're seeing these types freak out and start to like I said, spam the N-word to get people struck from YouTube and Twitch and stuff. They're going in there and trying to spoil the game. Like this is the last scratches of somebody who's drowning, trying to claw their way back up onto the raft. Because clearly, like, they lost this argument. People are not, they don't find it convincing. They don't find it compelling. And so I'm not too concerned about it because I don't think people are generally convinced. If I saw people were like broadly moving on, then maybe I would get that. But as of right now, I just don't think that it's been very effective. So I'm not too stressed about it. Thesaurus Rocky sends a here, let me open that. I'll keep this going. So
People say it's freaking great. We're gonna play it and we're gonna see for ourselves.
Forspoken.
Intel.
Here we go.
from there, let's just jump right into it with new game. Let's see what we got.
Here we go.
Everyone has something they're willing to fight for. Could be family, friends.
I haven't actually
Anime
seen their
girls.
reactions. Anime girls.
But what do you do when the world fights back?
Oh, hold on, I gotta
That's
change
not the
my
sound
those kinds
Guess
of
I
shoes
know
make.
now.
So what, was she in court? She going to jail?
Charged with attempted grand larceny.
My camera's covering my
How'd
own
he
camera.
plead? Not guilty, Your Honor.
I see.
I see. Oh,
Officer,
no,
please remove
covering
her cuffs.
moist.
Oh, that was easy. Bulletproof defense.
Now, perhaps you should reacquaint yourself with your many previous encounters with the law.
What? Oh, you want me to defend myself?
Read the document on the left, the one in the middle, the one on the right. Read the document on the left.
As you can see here, I went to high school. It's my
I
diploma.
rest my case, Your Honor.
Diploma, okay.
Haven't seen this in a while.
What do you mean? You graduated 2 years ago. You said you're 20.
You have 2 previous felony thefts. And with this new one, your grand total will be 3.
What's she stealing
This
for?
could put you away for a very, very long time. You have so much
Potential? I can do so much more with my life.
This
I'm a
is so
smart
bad.
girl with a bright future.
By the way, thank you, version
so much
0.
anger and resentment.
Who
it
tells
truth
somebody
hurts.
they have a bright future?
I'm a smart girl with a bright future.
Yeah.
I never said
You have
that.
so much
Easy
anger
now.
and resentment in you. I'm not sure you have so much anger and resentment in you. I'm not sure you'll ever amount to anything at all.
Damn,
Truth
slapped.
hurts.
Yeah, wow, slapped.
But I'm going to give you an early present. I'm going to release you under the condition you serve 120 hours of community service.
That's a lot.
You can't do that. That's not fair. I don't like helping people.
Next time you
No.
end up in front of me,
Oh, God, no. Just send me to jail.
120 hours of community service.
Okay, that's not
Thanks.
bad. Okay.
That was.
And to be clear, like that 3 strikes you're out rule in the US is like, it's there so judges can't do this. They can't give you another chance. So the whole idea that the judge is like, I know you just committed 3 felonies, but it's just like, it's freaking dumb.
Close. That judge might have just saved my ass.
Time to go steal
get
something.
that
I don't
lucky
think they
again.
will, but it'd be really good to go from here after a
Hey,
goddamn, like,
excuse me?
theft
Your phone.
encounter
Oh my gosh.
right back to
Thank
stealing.
you so much. No worries. Happens to all of us. Happy holidays.
You can't steal a phone like that. They track it.
I should get back to Homer. Poor girl needs her dinner.
Hello?
Goodbye.
Oh, this was so cringe.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Damn.
Hey.
Hey,
Okay, what kind of muggers dress like this, though?
Lisa! You don't really look like a Lisa.
Where is
Sorry,
it?
it's not funny. It's
Oh,
It's
don't
assault.
have it, right? There were
not funny.
complications.
Jesus.
The car. Back. Keep joking.
the music immediately
This
starts.
fucking alley and
What? Why did the music kick on like that?
Well, the gun comes out. The music.
This is well edited.
Can't
wow.
hear you over the orchestra. Talk louder, Frey.
All right, quick gig. I just tell him for now. Here's some collateral.
Parkinson!
Are you serious?
Yeah, right.
Cray!
Joe?
Krav Maga 101!
Are you serious?
Parkinson.
Yeah, right. There's no way they ain't gonna. How'd she get away like that?
I mean, they can still just shoot you. It's
Yeah,
just
they
a
have
chain link
guns.
fence.
And she just parkoured.
That's a
her
good
way
point. Like,
through all of this.
they had
What the
guns. She went through a chain link fence and is like, "Yeah, I got you."
She had a gun pointed at her neck.
No turning back now.
Okay. How they not see her? She's right there. Oh damn! She threw dirt in his face.
Where is she getting this dirt to throw at people? She didn't pick any up. She just had a fistful of dirt.
Parkour off of him. Fucking ladies Jackie Chan. They better
Ladies
explain that
Jackie
she trained
Chan.
with Jackie Chan.
Wait, isn't he?
It's
Just sit back and enjoy. I just moosh it with my mind.
Perhaps our connection has
I don't
Them
know,
to
man.
put on those.
It's surprisingly well edited. I'm very impressed. Like this fluid thing of just tossing it all together. It's pretty cool. I love how the entire plot of the game was set in motion because Frey is too stupid to grab a bag of money that was right next to her before her cat. Yeah, where's that bit? That bit's like right here. That was the dumbest thing.
No.
Like inexplicably and unjustifiably
Sorry
stupid.
about the fire, Homer.
Shit!
Get the
Homer!
cat.
Girl, come on, we gotta go!
Wait,
Gotta
look for
find
Homer.
first.
Bro, get the money.
Yeah, what's more insulting is that they put the button there for you to try to pick it up, and then you can't. Like, if they just had it set aside, it's in like the boudoir or something, and you can't get it and can't even try to get it. Okay. I think a lot of players would have forgotten that the money was in there, like Frey, and it would have been lost. But because they put the button there, it's like they're reminding you of how stupid this is.
Gotta find Homer first.
No, that. Get the money.
Gotta find Homer first.
Why would you not get the money's just right there? Just scoop it up and do
How
both.
does that affect
Gotta
your?
find Homer first.
I mean, the bag of money is right there. We can do both.
You can't pick up the bag of
Gotta
cash?
find Homer first. Gotta find Homer first.
Okay, I'm just gonna be real. Okay, guys, if you're ever in this situation, just put it over your shoulder as you walk out the room to get your cat.
Homer!
Something tells me we're not getting that money.
Uh-oh. Where's the cat? Oh, there it is. There it is.
Homer! Oh, holy shit. Okay, we gotta get out of here. Now!
Grab the cash.
No!
See? What's it so stupid?
Did it to yourself.
You played yourself once again.
I'm rooting for the fire, to be honest.
Oh my
Rooting
god.
for the fire.
Jump in there.
Dude, yeah, it's allegedly like thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. That's life-changing money for her. And she's like, oh, no, the fire. It's just pathetic. Yeah, grab money, put cat inside, get out. Exactly. Or like, this is something I didn't pick up on, but look how dumb this is here in a second, okay?
Don't take the cat!
Yeah, okay, hold on.
Right here when they go back to the wall.
Whoever you would have
Look at this.
listened to us.
She didn't do a damn thing!
Okay, so it's written on the outside, right? What's the problem with this? What's the problem with how they've done this? Does anybody know? I want to see if anybody knows before I point it out. I didn't catch this when we played it live, but there's something really funny and hilariously stupid about this. Yeah, exactly, Jaren. In order to do this, from the other side, they would have to write it perfectly in reverse, because you're looking at it through the glass. So they wanted to send the message so clearly to her that they got a graffiti artist who's so good at writing perfectly backwards that they did it just to send the message. It's just every step of this is so poorly thought through. Yeah, while committing arson. If we're going to do this graffiti while committing arson, we're going to do it right. It's just amazing. It's amazing. It just goes to show, like, again, Naughty Dog with their perfectionism. If they had somebody on the team be like, wait, that would mean they'd have to write it backwards. And are arsonists really going to do that in the heat of the moment? Heat of the moment. I get it, because fire. Probably not. And Naughty Dog would go through and they would redo it. Or they would get rid of the paint on the window and they would have like a piece of paper slapped with tape on the window. Fix it that way. You don't have to re-block it. You don't have to reshoot this, redo the cinematic or lighting or anything. You just get rid of the texture on the glass. You put a piece of paper modeled and stuck right there. Easy. Fix the problem. But No, they can't do that. They also conveniently left the window open, which is nice. Or I don't think they did, actually. She has to open it. Does she?
Found you. How'd they find her?
They lit it on fire. Okay, like they want a car back. Like, this is attempted murder.
You mean they found her? They went in.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, it's just dumb. Rory, I've been watching The Last of Us and I might get the game now. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I've actually been very pleasantly surprised at how complimentative the show is. Like, they give you more background, more clear explanations of the story. It works really, really well. So I don't know why the chat starts to like have these big blank spaces. I don't know why. Refresh browser when the scene becomes active. Sure, let's do that. Pedro's really, really good. I was initially pretty skeptical of Bella Ramsey, but she's done really, really well. She's come into her own since the show's kind of started to get going. And little stuff like the first, you'll notice this, the first time Ellie kills somebody in the game, she shoots the guy and saves Joel with the gun, and she goes, "I shot the hell out of that guy, huh?" And it's sort of like a funny moment. But in the show, the first time that Ellie shoots somebody, she doesn't even kill him. She just injures him severely. And she's like so shaken by this as the guy pleads for his life that she goes in the other room and like sobs and then tries to collect herself before Joel comes back in. And the focus of the episode is Joel saying, you shouldn't have to deal with that. You shouldn't have to see that. You shouldn't have to think about it. And I agree. I think that moment is much better in the show. I think it works better when Ellie is not so psychopathic the first time. Like I like it being something that she's shaken by, you know. I find it more human. But I mean, maybe you really like that, fine, and it's just really funny and you're like, yeah, shut the hell out of the guy. Yeah, sure did. Let's see. Nathan, hello, this is my first time watching live. Love your content, Luke. I appreciate you coming by, my friend. I'm glad to have you. It's good to see you. Let's see. You also made a guest appearance on this video about Atomic Heart. Uh-oh. Is it a good or a bad one? Dude, I've noticed in the last like few months, the level of attention we've started getting, probably thanks to the stream, is getting like a little crazy. I'm not used to all of this. It's kind of thrown me off. Let's see. 20 minutes. I'm done to check this out. Let me close this, let me knock out this shorter stuff first, and then we'll do that before we do Assassin's Creed. So I'll keep that pulled up. Somebody shared this with me as well. You guys saw this. They posted an unboxing of the PSVR 2, which I kind of forgot was happening. But this thing is coming out soon, like very, very soon. Do they say when? No. Pre-order now? Okay, February 22nd. It's coming in like less than 2 weeks. This thing's coming, and I feel like we haven't gotten any reviews of games that are coming for it, which, I mean, I guess it is technically a little early, but it's interesting. It's interesting. Stereo headphones, that's cool that that's included. I didn't like how you had to buy them separately for the Quest, but it's whatever. Seems pretty cool. One thing that's interesting also is apparently everybody that's tried this has said that it's very, very technologically impressive. It's crazy what this thing is able to do. It has, I believe, OLED little screens inside. It's high resolution. It tracks your eyes so it can dynamically render things more accurately and stuff. And I don't know. It seems like the tech is very, very impressive. What's this? Ooh, you can lengthen it. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. But the question is like games. Like this thing's expensive. How much is it again? It's like $500. It's not cheap. Pre-order. Yeah, $550. That's a lot. And And they have like this Hogwarts, this, I can't tell what we've been talking about for the last 2 weeks. It's got Horizon, it's Firewall Ultra, whatever that is. A VR game, I guess. It's No Man's Sky, it supports that VR. Like, apparently it's pretty cool, but the games they have for it are pretty damn lacking. And so I don't know. If it's going to sell gangbusters, we'll probably get some more games for it. But this is the problem with VR stuff, is developers don't want to spend millions and millions of dollars making something for it if they aren't sure that it's going to be successful, because there aren't enough consoles out there. And people don't want to buy consoles and the VR headsets because there aren't enough games. And that in turn makes it so the devs don't want to make stuff for it. So it just becomes this vicious cycle where nothing gets done and things just die. And the way you fix that is with like first party support or Sony paying studios the difference in order to make the games and remove some of that risk. I don't know if they're going to do that. I don't know if they currently are doing that. But like for me, you guys know, I love new tech. I love having the latest gadgets and weird stuff. I'm a total techie. Is that the term? I'm a tech gearhead, whatever that is. I love this stuff, but I can't justify buying the PSVR headset right now, because I'll play like one game in a franchise that I don't really love, and then like I can play, I guess, No Man's Sky in VR, but I have the Quest already, and I get it. It's not as cool or as high tech as this PSVR 2, but I'd rather just get a Valve Index. If I'm going to spend $550, I'll just go a little bit splurged more, get the really, really high-end one for PC and just do that. Like, I don't know. I just don't find it compelling. But I know some people have it pre-ordered. Does anybody here have it have the VR headset pre-ordered? Does anybody have it? It's $879 here in Australia for just the console, and then $959 for the Horizon bundle. Jeez, dude. That's crazy. I experience cognitive dissonance in VR. Brain feels like it's in the world, but body doesn't feel it though. Yeah, it took me a long time before I stopped feeling like viciously ill after 10 minutes of doing it. The first time I tried Half-Life Alyx, I played it for about 15 minutes, and by the end of it, like I felt very sick. Not even just motion sick, just my body was like, something's wrong. Shut it down. And it didn't work. The Gray Hill announcement, I will add that here, Phil. I will add that. Yeah. USB-C chargers, that's cool. I like that. I don't know, man. I don't think that this is going to be it. I would love to be surprised, and I'd love for them to announce more games. But frankly, I don't get it. Oh, of course. Look. Young posted an unboxing and thing of it. There you go. Young out. Let's check it. Young out. Did that work? No, not really. Okay. Well, it was worth a try. Oh, I love Young. He's so funny. Okay. Let me see. What was that called again? Console announcement trailer. Voila. The Gray Hill Incident console announcement trailer. Wishlist on Steam now. So this is apparently an upcoming game. Looks like another like UFO alien horror game. Interesting. Doesn't look bad. Like, it's got, a pretty simple premise. It's probably pretty short, I would imagine, but it's kind of fun. Kind of fun. Yeah, well, Mel Gibson. It does remind me of that alien movie they did where they're like allergic to water or whatever. But that was so freaking stupid. Can we all agree that movie? What was that? What was that movie called? It was something that like a one-word title, like Stripes or Stops or Signs. Yes. Signs. It was so dumb. Like, just aliens are coming to this planet, and they're like, oh yes, we'll invade that one. And they're like, what planet is like 70% covered in that thing that if we touch it, we'll die? Oh, that planet's covered in 70% of the stuff that if we touch it, we'll die? Yeah, let's go there. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. It's like the dumbest possible plot twist. You could have it where it's like, oh, they're allergic to, or they like die if they're exposed to radiation from like nuclear testing that we've done. Maybe that's something they didn't expect to see here. They didn't expect we were that advanced, and they came and they die of that poisoning or something like that. But it's just it's like, yes, if I touch anything slightly reddish, I will die. Let's go to Mars. It just doesn't make any sense at all. It's so stupid. Oh, what a dumb movie. Let's see. Hold on. I want to do, let's check out this quick recap on the day before, and then we'll get into AC Mirage. And then any other extra stuff we can tackle and figure out. Volume up. Because you guys probably saw that, like, the day before just keeps getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And then they post to Twitter, like, wait, what? Hold on, let me pull it up. They posted something baffling to Twitter where they, like, again tried to play the victim. Fantastic. And let's see. Yeah, like this. They posted this on the 7th. Retweet if you want to watch a video on how we're developing the day before from 2019. The game has constantly changed and improved since then. It became possible with a real-time or with a real internal breakthrough of our fantastic team and our publisher. My ton of support. Retweet. And everybody in the comments is like, you could just release it. Like, people think that you're lying about this game. Like, you should just do it. Why are you farming for likes to do it? Like, this is dumb. Salvador, thank you for the £2. Appreciate that. Have you been able to dig up anything on Bloodlines 2? I have not. But I do know a handful of people that are very excited for it, but I've not seen anything. Release a demo. That would be pretty easy to tackle, but just stop. We're just getting started. They think they're being like sassy. How are we developing asset flip? We do everything ourselves, but there's a small percentage of purchased assets, which is true. I mean, they can buy assets. That's fine. That's not a scandal. Every studio does this. But the problem is that, like, they have trailers that are shot for shot copied from other games, which is harder to explain. You know, that doesn't just happen because you bought an asset. That happens when you're taking something shot for shot and trying to duplicate it, right? Let's see. What do you think of Diablo coming out mid this year? Are you worried at all or not really interesting? It comes out on my birthday. Oh, and I've played it for years. So excited but scared. I mean, I'm interested. I would love for them to hit it out of the park because Diablo Immortal was kind of like, I wouldn't say I have my hopes up because they haven't exactly had a great track record recently with their major releases, that being Blizzard. But hopefully they nail it. I mean, I'm really hopeful. There's a lot of evidence that would suggest that they probably don't nail it, but I'm hoping. Fingers crossed, right? Hopefully as we get closer to launch, they start giving it out to press and doing kind of like Hogwarts did, where they let people play it, and that'll ease a lot of concerns, I think. Salvador, also, thank you for becoming a member. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's see this one.
A new gameplay trailer last week. Fantastic released a new gameplay trailer last week for their upcoming zombie survival MMO the day before. The footage itself was a tad underwhelming for a game that up until recently was supposed to release less than a month from now. Even so, I hadn't originally planned to make a video covering this gameplay showcase. Yeah, it wasn't great, it seemed bare bones and a bit underbaked, but for the most part, it's what I expected. In some ways, it was even better than I expected, which tells you where my expectations were sitting at the time, and I figured I've said basically all there is to say about this game in my coverage thus far, so I kind of plan to just settle into wait and see mode, like wait until the November release, or wait until some beta tests, or wait until some other major update takes place. You know, you focus my energy on other games and other things that I want to talk about here on the channel. Well, plans changed when people started pointing out some odd things about the trailer, such as a few store-bought assets that they didn't even bother touching up, just plopping them into the game without a single change.
Again, I don't have a problem with this. Like, tons of games do this. Tons of games do this. Tons of films do it too. I've seen the side-by-side showcases of like a couple of Marvel movies where they show like a plane model where it's like a CG shot of an airport, and they have all these planes propping, you know, getting ready to go out on the runway, and it's all CG, but it's done with like assets that they bought off Turbo Squid and different, you know, places like that. So this type of thing is very, very normal. I don't find it a problem at all. Thank you, Wyatt.
Wyatt Parnell donated $4.99 through Super Chat. Here's $5. Take back what you said about signs. That's good movie, LMAO.
You can't make me. You can't make me. I won't. I don't care. I do what I want.
Catch me outside. How about that?
Yeah, over 500 people in here, guys. Like the stream, otherwise I'll start doing hot tub streams, okay? Like the stream. Or like the stream and I will start doing hot tub streams. Whatever floats your boat, I don't judge.
The fact that there looks to be a single animation cycle for zombies when they aggro the player. They all stomp their foot in identical fashion at an identical stance before charging.
That's a problem, yes. I think that that's fair. It's very, very much copy and pasted. But I mean, the asset flips, like... The problem with asset flip games specifically is when you're using free assets, there's zero effort that goes into making an interesting game. And you're basically just copy and pasting stuff over and over and over again into a game and then trying to sell it and see if this one's successful when your last game wasn't. But taking like a model of a car or a truck that you bought online and putting that in your game without tweaking it, that's not a big deal. It just isn't. Like, if that's what makes or breaks your game, then we have very different standards. Naughty Dog does this all the time. They buy assets. Santa Monica buys assets. EA buys assets. Ubisoft buys assets. Every major publisher does this because it's just more efficient than paying your internal team to do everything. So I don't find that to be outrageous at all. But the stomping thing, yeah, that's pretty stupid because it makes it so every zombie and interaction is the same.
The overall lack of mechanics across the board, a lack of anything going on. Like, where are the other players? Why are there only 15 zombies in this whole 10 minutes of gameplay? No events or just things happening in the world?
And I don't think he pulled 15 out of his butt. I think that they probably on the Reddit page counted how many zombies are in the whole showcase, and it's 15. So that's pretty funny. Hot tub stream now. Hold on, why is it not? The YouTube viewers.
Is happening in the world? Is there anything to do beyond walking, looting, and two-shotting zombies that appear to be basically threatless? But specifically, what most caught my attention and spurred me wanting to make this video was the short sequence at the very beginning of the trailer. Easy to miss, it was only a few brief seconds, but it looked very, very familiar. Turns out it looked familiar because it is nearly an exact one-for-one, shot-for-shot copy of Call of Duty's Black Ops Zombies trailer. Other than the fact that it was made in the Unreal Engine using assets for the day before, everything is identical. The exact same shot composition, the exact same style, the exact same sequence. It is just a straight ripoff, or as some may call it, an inspiration. And that is a common theme. From the very first reveal, the day before has had many inspirations. The immediate obvious comparison when the game was first revealed that people made came from the visuals and the setting, looking quite similar to The Division. Although that one is easy enough to wave off, as it's just a realistic looking game set in a modern day post-apocalyptic city, modeled off of, say, someplace like New York or Boston. Unless you're going with some like heavily stylized visuals or graphics, a lot of games in this setting that are meant to look realistic with modern day tech, they're just gonna look exactly like this. So fair enough. And then there was the logo, which looked familiar at first glance because it's pretty much identical as the font font type and styling with this distressed markings as The Last of Us. This was a little strange, but not too crazy. Naughty Dog doesn't own this font after all, but given that they are similar games, both being zombie titles, it did feel a tad on the nose, but again, it's sort of easy to shrug off. But really, it was once a lot of the day before's marketing material started coming out, the things seemed a bit too similar to be pure coincidence or just to be referential. Take this shot, for example. You've got a character walking down a city street. It's pretty innocuous, right? Sort of like the visuals and setting, we can write this off because it's just a character walking down the street of a large city. But it's...
Yeah, I want to be kind of flexible with this because like there's only so many ways that you can angle a camera. There's only so many ways that you can frame these things in a cinematic way. But yeah, I mean, the trailer thing's hard to justify and explain. I don't know how you just casually write that off. And you'll see there's more that's going to come that's like really hard to justify. Like there's a lot here that's like, I don't know how we explain this.
It's the composition of the whole thing that make it pretty plainly ripped off from the concept art of The Division. The angle of the shot in relation to the road, to the buildings, and to the skyline, the placement and the stance of the character who's in the foreground, as well as the other character in the background standing similarly right next to a vehicle. It's pretty obvious the inspiration they had when making this concept art for The Day Before came directly from this concept art for The Division. And there's actually quite a few other examples very similar to this. Some of them less obvious, like this screenshot here of a player being approached by zombies in a police station. It looks a heck of a lot like this screenshot from Resident Evil.
Yeah, come on. Come on, dude. It's a group of zombies in front of a player in a third-person perspective. This is what I mean. Like, there's a couple of good examples. This, though, is a freaking stretch. The gas station from the first one, I saw that, Brandy, but the gas station, like, he was doing a side-by-side showing of it, and it was like, yeah, it's a gas station, and then he's like, and see, there's a fence that goes around the gas station. I'm like, yeah, there's fences around gas stations all the time. There's 2 pumps. Yeah, a lot of gas stations have 2 pumps. The signs have a similar color scheme. Yeah, but like a lot of signs have similar color. Like it was a massive, massive stretch. And like if the game's bad because the gas station is similar to a gas station in another game, then the game itself was already, doomed. I just find that this is a particularly poor example. There's cases in The Day Before that are like really tough to explain away for them. Like, I don't know how you explain that. That's pretty rough. But this is one, this ain't it, fam. I don't think that this is.
I think the one that was most blatantly obvious and really told me they're clearly just ripping this stuff off is this particular shot of vehicles driving.
Yeah, so this is a really good example where it's so close. I can't just be like, there's only so many, it's parallel thinking. It's trucks and they wanted to do a shot, so they did this. This is really crazy.
Driving through snow on an incline with this dense forest in the background. This is quite clearly straight ripped off by this near identical looking shot from the game SnowRunner. But it doesn't even end there because also in that sequence, the second half of it looks to be directly copied from a short sequence from The Last of Us launch trailer, which just like the COD Zombies trailer example, this is directly the exact same sequence, the exact same things.
This one, again, I'm a little less into, mainly just because, like, if we rewind, in one shot, like, for one, in these post-apocalyptic games, people run around with flashlights because it's dark. People have guns because they need to shoot stuff. And they're both third person. So if we take all of those things as a given, and then you're trying to make a trailer that sets the mood, you're going to be showing gameplay where the player has a flashlight and the gun, third person in a dark area with the flashlight on. This is like he's in a hallway and then he's in a hallway. I don't find this to be like, yep, totally copy and pasted it. This just feels like, this feels like parallel thinking. Like I think if you looked up most third person like horror thriller games, you can probably find shots and promotional materials that look very much like this.
Things that are happening.
And then the next shot is in a hallway with zombies rushing you. Yeah, they're zombie games, and in zombie games, zombies rush you in hallways. Like, and if I were making a trailer, I would probably do the same thing. It looks similar, certainly, but I think it's just because the genre is close to identical, and it's just, this type of thing is going to happen. The one-for-one shots are really hard to justify, but you also notice, like, he took this, it's 2 shots from trailers, and then they're like taken and put on top of each other to make it clear. But the section he's showing is only like a second and a half long, and it's because the sections before and after this didn't match. So it is a little bit selective in what he's pulling out to show you. It helps his argument, certainly, but I find it to be a little bit, this is not as compelling as some of the other stuff he's shown. Infernagon, thank you for the 250. I'm not actually sure what currency that is. Hold on, let me search it. What currency is that? Philippine peso. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that symbol before. But thank you for the 250 Philippine pesos. Very generous of you. You're cleaning your mechanical keyboard right now? Oh, that's awesome. That's actually very satisfying. I need to clean mine. It's been too long.
The exact same framing, everything is the same. It's one thing to just take inspiration from other games, to reference them or even pay homage. Like if you respect a game and you want to reference it here and there, that's understandable. It happens. It's not too crazy. But it's an entirely different thing if you're just literally straight ripping off the hard work and effort of other development teams, which is plainly what has been happening here in The Day Before. There are just way too many examples of the marketing of The Day Before that are direct copies of the marketing of other successful games. And there's probably more examples that we just haven't caught yet. These are just...
Yeah, and this I think is fair, where it's like there's some good examples, there's some where it's like, probably not, but maybe. But where there's smoke, there's fire. And with The Day Before, there's a hell of a lot of smoke. And meanwhile, the devs are like, nope, everything's fine. We're having a great time. We're doing great. We're doing
just
great.
The ones that people have spotted so far. I'm pretty confident that more examples just like this are going to come out in the future. Okay, so they've copied a lot of stuff with their marketing, with their name, with their trailers, all the stuff. We got that, right? What about the game? Well, since I'm making this video anyways, we might as well talk about that trailer because I do think there's a lot to talk about. So this was 10 minutes of raw...
Eyes up, boys. Perverts.
Uncut gameplay, which mostly amounted to the character walking around first through these suburban neighborhood and then through parts of the city. Now, in those 10 minutes, what they did was a couple of minutes of weapon customization. They opened a few containers, like some cabinets, some vehicles, and some coolers here and there. They shot exactly 12 zombies. I went through and counted them. And then there was one moment when they drank some water, which replenished what looked to be a thirst meter. I was pleased to see what appears to be this raw, uncut gameplay. This looks miles better, and it looked like actual gameplay, unlike a lot of their other previous gameplay trailers. However, this whole thing was very noticeably light on mechanics, on other players, on enemies, and once again, it makes clear that the game's visuals have gotten a serious hit since its first reveal. So first, let's talk mechanics. There just wasn't a lot going on. What we saw was walking, shooting, looting, drinking, and weapon customization. That appears to be the extent of what players can do in the game. Mechanics-wise, it's pretty bare bones. I would say that this...
And again, my problem is that it's just not clear what you do. Some people are like, well, it's like other... It's like other zombie post-apocalyptic games where you just load in and you just do whatever and you survive. And there's no clear goal, there's no clear objective, you just kind of exist in this world. Okay, if that is what it is, it's not a game for me. I would like there to be endgame content. I'd like there to be some clear goal, like, oh, I'm upgrading weapons because this skyscraper you can go into has super difficult high-level zombies, and if you get in there, it has the best loot in the game, and maybe that's how you get to the credits rolling. But in order to get in there, you need some amazing gear and weapons, and in order to get that amazing gear and weapons, you have to grind and search and upgrade your stuff. That at least makes sense. There's a goal, right? Doesn't have to be a good goal, but it's a goal. Like No Man's Sky, get to the center of the galaxy. It's a goal, you know, that works. It might be stupid, but it works. It's something. But as of right now, like, we don't know what the goal is in the game. We don't know what the point is. We don't know whether or not there even is something there. It's just a big sand pit for you to run around in. And for some people, again, that's enough. But for me, I look for a little bit more.
Light level of mechanics, it just feels very dated. It's sort of what we expected from the zombie survival games from like 10 or so years ago. We're talking things like DayZ, H1Z1, and even the absolute mess that was the game War Z. These were games with really simple, minimal levels of systems that you can engage with, which were good enough back in the day because of the thrill that came from engaging with enemy players, combined with these brutal survival mechanics of losing everything if you happen to die. That was fun enough in and of itself. But when you take a look at modern day zombie survival games, they've just come a long way, offering way more depth of things to do. I mean, you got examples like State of Decay 1 and 2, World War Z, The Division, while not a zombie game, is still this post-apocalyptic open world MMO where there's...
Yeah, I've said it before. Iron Cyclops, Caleb, who hangs out with us every once in a while, he has played a lot of The Division, a lot, and he showed me his main character, and it's so broken. The damage numbers clip off the screen when he's shooting stuff.
$5 through Super Chat.
Thank you, Zach.
Luke, did you see that Atomic Heart put out PC specs and a small Q&A?
I did not. We have another video on Atomic Heart that we'll check out. that allegedly I mentioned in, which you know, worries me. But we'll check it out. I'm always down for more information and to be corrected on things, so we'll check it out. But we'll investigate that.
It's a ton of stuff going on, a ton of systems to engage with, and a lot of liveliness to the environment. Heck, even 7 Days to Die, which at this point is like over 10 years old, has way more going on with like deep crafting, with base building, with tower defense, and tons of sandbox elements. And when you compare these modern day zombie survival games to what you can do in the day before, which again amounts to walking around, looting containers, shooting, crafting and weapon customization, and eating and drinking, I just think that this base level alone isn't going to cut it. It's just not going to be enough. Now, it can be, like some of these modern zombie games that I referenced do have way more mechanics, but they're also mostly like single or small scale multiplayer, whereas the day before is being called an MMO. And if it truly lives up to being an MMO, if there are a large number of players or NPCs in any given server, these extremely light levels of mechanics and systems, they could be enough. The problem is that we really haven't seen any MMO elements. We haven't seen large numbers of NPCs. We haven't seen threatening NPCs. We haven't seen anything related to any sort of events or things happening in the world other, again, than walking around and shooting. And we haven't even seen other players. We haven't really seen PvP engagements. Let me talk about this. Some of the prior gameplay reveals reportedly were showing PvP, including that very first trailer. But given by this point how obvious it was that first trailer was just a vertical slice, I'm not convinced that those were real players. And actual game developers have expressed similar concerns. We saw this video where they were pointing out that the character movement seemed very unlikely to be controlled by a real player, and it was much more probable just scripted AI. And I would say the same goes for that one brief short gameplay video that they released, which reportedly was showing PvP fights. I am also not convinced that those were actual PvP engagements. As of today, they are still calling this game an MMO, but given everything else that's happened with it, I would say we'll be lucky if we get server sizes of like even up to 50 players. I'm expecting.
Wouldn't it be amazing if the game launches and they took out multiplayer? Be like, yeah, never mind. We couldn't get it working. Never mind. They're like, we didn't expect to see the pricing of having servers. It's very expensive. We can't. we can't do that. So never mind. They just move on.
Very, very small scale shared world. The higher they push that number, probably the absolute worse the performance.
Oh, yeah. The multiplayer releases the day after the day before. Which... is that tomorrow? It breaks my brain.
And everything is going to be with this game. And then, yeah, the visuals, again, it's clearly not anywhere near that initial showcase, but this is just...
It's like again, South Park. I'm a one-trick pony, everybody. In South Park, when they're freaking out over global warming, and they're like, so we've done the math, and we found, oh, maybe I'm gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it justice. Can I just hold on, please hold on. 2 days before the day after tomorrow. That's what it is. It's this. It's freaking hilarious. This is how stupid the naming scheme is.
If global warming has in fact already caused the Beaverton flood, then this is only the beginning. The effects are going to spread. What we are looking at is a global warming catastrophe the likes of which we've never seen.
Excuse me, sir, but when? When is this going to happen?
My colleagues in the scientific community are still running tests, but we believe it may happen the day after tomorrow.
Excuse me. I'm sure we're all very impressed with your wild theories, Dr. Marsh. But the fact is, no statistical proof has ever been confirmed that global warming exists.
That the day before exists.
Are you suggesting we shut down the economy?
With all due respect, cliche dissenting Republican, the economy isn't going to matter the day after tomorrow.
Peas and carrots.
Listen! We finished running the tests.
Global warming is going to strike 2 days before the day after tomorrow.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. That's today.
It's going to strike 2 days before the day after tomorrow. Oh my god. That's today.
Kind of beating a dead horse at this point. We understand that the game isn't ever going to look as good as it did during that initial teaser, during that vertical slice. Now, shortly after releasing that 10-minute gameplay video, they actually followed up with a short clip of someone playing the game. Now, I've seen people breaking this down saying like, hey, this person's inputs don't...
This is so fucking... This was so dumb. They're like, this will show all those annoying YouTubers and streamers who keep calling our game fake. We'll show this guy doing it. Plus, this footage, this camera is very steady. So he propped this up. It's like a webcam, or maybe like there's a little bit of bokeh, not much, but it looks like a decent camera. So they set this thing up on a tripod over his shoulder and filmed him while he's doing it. More realistically, he set up the camera on the tripod, and then filmed himself doing this. So like it's just freaking weird. I've never seen something
exactly
like this
line up with what's happening on screen. That's certainly believable with everything else that's happened with this game, but I'm not quite confident that this is a like fake live gameplay recording. I do agree though, like with much of everything else, it seems off, and it's possible that they faked this recording, but I'm not exactly sold on that.
Again, if I was told by somebody in chat, they're like, I don't think you're actually playing, I would like take a moment, I'd pause, and I'd be like wiggling the mouse like crazy. And then I'd slap the keyboard a bunch, and I would demonstrate, no, this is running in real time. You can see it here. Stupid to think it's not. But like, this is just a weird, this is so cringe.
But we'll say, hey, could be the case, right? So that was that. I watched the gameplay, was a bit underwhelmed, but at the same time, I thought it was better looking than what I was expecting them to deliver. It really seems like those unpaid volunteers have been working really hard recently to try to put something together for this game. It's actually impressive how much better it looks than what I expected them to show us. Fantastic. I think you should give them a raise, really. I would at least double their pay. One more quick thing though before we move on. A few days ago,
so sassy. So sassy.
People started noticing that a handful of the assets in this recent trailer do appear to have just been purchased from asset packs, as in they didn't make them themselves. Specifically, this light truck collection looks to have been used. The yellow tow truck can be seen numerous times throughout the trailer, unaltered, it seems. Every detail looks identical to that from the asset pack. They didn't even bother changing the color, the text on the side, or the front bumper. Even the number of red stripes are the same. It looks like they did pretty much nothing.
Yeah, again, what do you want them to do? You want them to buy the asset and then change the number of stripes? What? Like this, I've had this problem with Force Gaming stuff before. I love your stuff, dude. If you ever see this, let me be clear. But you have like 9 really good points, and then one that's just dog water. Like, and it diminishes the argument, because like I'm with you throughout all of this, and then you hit this point, and I'm like, okay, but this is just dumb. Like, if the point is that they aren't even making their own assets, okay, I get why that would be put there. But like every studio does this. Every company does this. This is an extremely common practice. Like even in Assassin's Creed games, which we're going to talk about in a bit, they copy and paste assets from The Division, from previous Assassin's Creed games, from their Watch Dogs stuff. They all copy and paste and share it together. It's extremely common to flip and reuse assets, because why wouldn't you? And with this stuff, it's a small studio, allegedly, with almost no staff. And so it's not shocking at all that they would buy packs of like game or car models and things like that. And so to suggest that they need to like retexture them just cause seems ridiculous. Like I don't understand how this is a useful thing to bring up. Like, yeah, they use asset packs. That's extremely it would be weirder if they weren't using asset packs, frankly. That would be a weirder thing.
The only thing that does appear to be different is the driver's side window glass is shattered out. And I spotted this exact truck, by the way, on 4 occasions in the trailer. In 4 different spots, this tow truck, as it is in the asset pack, with the exception of the shattered glass, it's there. They just like copy pasted it all over the environment. And this was just in a short clip, like a 10-minute segment, a fourth of which they spent looting and customizing. They're coming across that one tow truck quite often. It seems that company was pretty busy right up until the start of the apocalypse. Also from that same collection.
I mean, yeah. Yeah. But like this, again, all of this is just another example of when a studio gets into a mess like this that they've created for themselves. Now the whole perception is that everything's fake, everything is garbage, the whole thing is copy and pasted as a mess. Like, and so these Redditors are going in and finding copy and pasted assets and assets from asset packs and stuff. And they're saying, oh, well, like, so clearly they're just copy and pasting stuff. And it's like, even amazing games that are extremely high in terms of fidelity, copy and paste assets. The Last of Us Part 2, I would bet you very, very good money that in those sections where you're walking like through old streets and roads and you're walking past all the cars, I would bet you extremely large amounts of money that you will find repeated car models throughout that as you walk through. Because they're assuming you're not going to be nitpicking how many identical cars show up as you walk through the levels and along the streets, because you're probably focused on the other systems. So they don't stress about it, because why would they? And so for this, the reason people are noticing is because everything else is so incredibly lacking. But I think the reason that I'm kind of like peeved by this example is just because this is not the strongest point. Like what you should be focusing on is how lackluster everything else is, or at least clarifying that the reason you're seeing all of this repetition and all of this stuff is coming up is because of how lacking the rest of the game is, if that makes sense. Lucid, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you.
We do see this cooler truck. For this, they do appear to have put at least some effort into it. They color swapped the front cab from white to orange, and it seems like they fine-tuned some things when it comes to like the front lights, the bumpers, and the side of it, but it does appear to be from that same truck collection. People have also spotted the asset pack sources for like the public service vehicles, so things like school buses, ambulances, and fire trucks, and I would say it's safe to assume that most, if not all, of the vehicles in this trailer were probably also sourced from asset packs. It's just a matter of finding where they come from.
And why does it matter? Like this is, again, it doesn't matter. Every company does this. It's not like this is an unethical thing. They bought the packs fair and square from a service that allows you to buy the packs of stuff. It just makes like everything easier. Yes, again, sorry guys, the mods are going to kick my ass if I don't ask you to like the stream again. We need likes. Otherwise my mods will kick my butt. So please like the stream and then I'll shut up. Exactly. That's why asset packs exist. Yeah.
What's more, though, is it looks like that entire residential neighborhood where the player first explores sourced completely from a single asset pack, that being the Residential Houses modular packs, which were published by Prop House on the Unreal Engine marketplace, the most recent version of which just went live on December 19th, and this does appear to also be used in this gameplay trailer, which would imply that they have only added these assets into the game in the past month and a half, which
and this is something that's important to note. This is useful information. The fact that there's an asset pack of houses that are decorated and everything, and that was released in December, mid-December, and in the gameplay showcase they're showing a clip of the player exploring these houses that were only first available in December. That's really concerning, because that tells us that it was thrown together since then. And that's bad. Especially because the perception is that they're just throwing this crap together in the moment in order to like satiate concerns over it being fake. Exactly. Raise the flag, boys. Red flags in chat. Red flags in chat. It's just like, see, this is worth bringing up. This asset pack with the date tied to what we're seeing in the trailers. They're showing off a section of gameplay featuring stuff that released in December, so it has to have been made since then. And so as a result, we know that this thing was thrown together not months ago and it's been in the works, but just now. That confirms this. That's actual useful information. But like buying a car asset pack, that's not actually that useful. If they did come out and they said, we found out that car asset pack, if we found out that released in December as well, and it's like, okay, so the whole damn thing was thrown together in the last month and a half. That's useful. That makes a difference. But just using asset packs is no sin. That's really not a concern at all. But this is very concerning. Major, major red flag.
In this gameplay trailer, which would imply that they have only added these assets into the game in the past.
Yeah, but Luke, the game is ready. We just didn't copyright the name, so we're in a legal battle. Yeah, exactly, Adrian. But the game is totally real, and we've had it. We're basically ready to launch. It's just because of this other thing that's really unfortunate. Have I played Destroy All Humans? I played a little bit. I didn't like finish it, but I have played it a little.
Past a month and a half, which makes you wonder, what have they been up to the past 4 years that they've reportedly been developing this thing? Now, beyond people online spotting the similarities, the asset pack developer themselves has come out to confirm these assets do indeed come from the packs that they made. On December 14th, they tweeted, I think I can spot some things right here, with an embedded screenshot of the day before. And then just recently, on February 2nd, they said, nice to see some of our Residential Houses assets for Unreal Engine being used by Fantastic in the day before. Excellent use and remix of our work. Great to see. Now, people are also claiming that all of the trash and debris.
And one of the things I thought initially when I saw that, I was like, okay, what is the one possible explanation for this that would not be bad. I was like, okay, the one thing that could be okay, or could make this more okay, I guess, would be if they came out and said that, no, the Day Before devs, fantastic. They made those housing packs, and after they developed them for this game, they posted them for sale on those online shops as a way to increase revenue for the company. Because why not? They're like, we made it. We don't need it proprietary, so we'll sell it. That would be okay. Yeah, you made it a year ago, and now you're posting it for sale, so you can get some extra stuff. I get that, but that's not what happened at all. That's not, because the company that made it came out and is like, nope, we're not associated with them. We're our own thing.
In the gameplay trailer looks to be sourced from this Trash Props asset pack, also found on the Unreal Engine marketplace, although I am less certain of this as I've not found many obvious examples when I looked, but maybe I need to look a little bit harder. Now, I do want to make something
No, don't look any harder, because it doesn't freaking matter.
clear. There is nothing wrong with using asset packs in your...
Did I pass gas? No? Should I? I think it was the candle. This is one of those like wicks that flickers really loudly.
Game. In fact, it is why they exist. Like, people put these packs together for developers to buy and use. It is the entire
Is that
point.
the thing now? I'll add it to the soundboard. Just like, hold on. So as we go, we just randomly throughout videos, I toss in farting sounds. I'm like, no, I didn't do anything. Yeah, I like that.
Of the Unreal Engine and other similar marketplaces. It's basically kind of like freelancing parts of the asset development process. This is not uncommon. In fact, one prime example would be PUBG. Most of that game, when it came out, was just an asset flip. They purchased asset packs, put them together in their
Hold on,
example.
I want to get this clear. Yes, he's right.
It's basically kind of like freelancing parts of the asset development process. This is not uncommon. In fact, one prime example would be PUBG. Most of that game, when it came out, was just an asset flip. They purchased asset packs, put them together in their game, and it subsequently became one of the biggest battle royales on the market. It's not unheard of. It's not even really wrong in any sense at all. There's nothing wrong with using asset packs. Again, it's why they exist. In fact, as a player, I don't even care if a company is buying most or all of the assets in their game. If there is a good game there, if it's fun to play, if it mechanically feels good, if the premise is sound and there are good systems, it doesn't matter to me if someone else made the assets. But in the case of the Day Before, I am not confident in the slightest that the gameplay systems, mechanics, and everything within it, the experience of playing, will offset the fact that they are also apparently just flipping assets on top of it. I think
Okay. And I get that. I would just be, like, my point would be, well, then why did we spend 15 minutes going through a list of asset flips if you're just, like, going to say that it doesn't actually matter, but the concern is that it's, you know, asset flips on top of lackluster gameplay. So, like, what is the team doing? If the team is buying assets to avoid doing that work themselves so that they can spend time doing other stuff, what's the team doing? Because the gameplay itself looks sucky.
a real thing to consider when we talk about this, because you could point to any one of these and say that's nitpicking, that's nitpicking, that's nitpicking. In and of themselves, none of these things are really a big deal. It's when you add them up. Like the fact that the logo font is the same as The Last of Us, not a big deal. The fact that they've got screenshots and artwork with the identical framing of existing games like The Division, Resident Evil, and SnowRunner, not a big deal. Store-bought assets which appear barely touched up and just plopped in the world, not a big deal. The fact that they delayed their game a month from launch, not once but twice, the first time to upgrade to UE5, despite which, by the way, the game's visuals degrade with every update it seems, and the second time because of this trademark dispute. Speaking of that trademark dispute, they reportedly didn't know about this, forcing them to remove the game from Steam, delay the launch by 8 months, and then push back the gameplay reveal, which later, by the way, we did find out, since the entire trademarking process is public, you can go look it up yourself right now, they absolutely knew that this trademark thing was an issue, likely back in August, if not at the latest in November, when they were sent a notice that their trademark was not being approved. And then, just a few days after they say the trademark dispute was the reason for delaying the game and not revealing the gameplay trailer, they sat down and spoke to IG.
Yeah, so again, either they are lying and saying that they didn't know this was going on when they did, or they're just incompetent to the point where they don't realize this. Like, again, it's just... There's no good answer.
IGN and said, hey, we were actually planning to delay the game prior to the trademark thing, which then means that that entire statement they published about trademarks being the reason for all those things, that was just a lie. They're like, they sat down with IGN and they were just like, oh yeah, we lied about all of that. We were planning to delay the game anyways. A week later, the trademark dispute is apparently resolved as they're able to now show the gameplay. However, the delay is still necessary and the game still hasn't returned to Steam. The fact that the developer's past work includes not one but 2 early access releases that they abandoned shortly after releasing, taking the money and basically running. And
yeah, that's extremely concerning. That especially is concerning. It was only 15 minutes because you kept pausing. No, when I said that, the video was 15 minutes in. If you go back to 15 minutes, that's when he made that point. We paused it, and then I said 15 minutes. Why did we just spend 15 minutes going through asset flips? Got to keep up. Got to keep up. We move quick.
And the fact that the trailer shots and compositions are identical and in the exact same order as the COD Zombies and The Last of Us trailer, you could point to each one of these individually and be like, not a big deal, not a big deal, not a big deal. And I would agree, but when you stack everything up one on top of each other, this exhaustive list, it's got to have us stepping back and being like, guys, this is kind of a big deal. But is it a big deal, really? Like, what's the fuss? After all, this is just an upcoming zombie game from a small indie developer who, as we mentioned, does have a bad history of games. So why are we expecting anything? And we've seen a lot of games come and go on Steam like this, many of which were bad. So who cares if they're copying a bunch of stuff? Who cares if they're using store-bought assets and barely changing them? Who cares if they're constantly lying? Who cares about any of this? Well, a lot of people, apparently. In all my years, 10 plus years on this platform of talking about games, I have not followed a story about a game from such a small indie studio with such a poor history that we should have zero expectations from, that so many people seem to be so invested in. And I think it really boils down to two major things. The first is there's just huge interest in this concept, the idea of a brand new, good-looking, open-world zombie survival MMO. A lot of people find that appealing. And the second thing is, yes, that initial trailer looked really good, which got people really excited. Personally, my interest stems not only from, yes, I would like a new game in the genre, but also just by how absurd everything is. Like, initially, it was pretty simple. I thought, wow, this is a really good-looking trailer for a game from a studio who's not made really good-looking games before. That's pretty surprising. But then, as time has passed, and more has been revealed, and more things have come out about the developer, about the game itself, it all has just gotten crazier and crazier. Just when I think it can't get any weirder, it gets weirder at every...
I mean, I'll be real. I think a lot of the reason that this is so entertaining is it's just schadenfreude, like, at the end of the day. It's that people love watching the cringe, the funniness, the absurdity of a studio trying to tell you with a straight face that they're totally making a real game. Meanwhile, it's like pretty clearly not. It's just garbage. And it's almost like the day before it's turning into a lol cow, but a game. Like a game lol cow. Where it's it's not self-aware. It's outrageous, and it totally misses the point as to why people are interested in it. And so it's thoroughly entertaining to watch them squirm and try to make something. So I do find that interesting. But I mean, for me, like, was I ever going to be that interested in the day before? Probably not. Like, it's not the kind of game that I usually play. I'm not usually into like zombie post-apocalyptic stuff like this. In MMOs, to be clear, that's not games I've typically done before. But it's so thoroughly entertaining to watch this happen. It's very, very, very funny to me. So that's my big takeaway. Let's see. Yeah, the day before. What a mess. What a mess. No, sub mode is on. Is it overpromising on the scale of 2077 though? The fundamental difference between something like this and Cyberpunk 2077 is, for one, CD Projekt Red had a history of making pretty good games. The Witcher 1 was really rough. The Witcher 2 was pretty good. The Witcher 3 was amazing. So people went into Cyberpunk 2077 expecting this amazing game. And all of the press stuff that they put out made the game seem even more amazing. They came out and they described gameplay systems that didn't end up in the game, such as, wall running and stuff like that they said was in the game and then they cut. Or multiplayer. They were developing a multiplayer game. Then they cut it. So there were constant steps back, but even still, the press, the media, people who had access to the game were still hyping it up, saying the game looked amazing, saying it looked great. And it was all built on lies. And then when the game came out, as we all are too familiar with, the game launched and they didn't allow reviewers to show their own gameplay. Don't forget that. They sent review codes to streamers and YouTubers and IGN and places like that and didn't allow their own gameplay. They had to use B-roll, so they couldn't show bugs. That's some next level red flag. Like, that's bad. That's really, really bad. Thank you, Lucky Trapped. Appreciate you. Okay, I was saving this, but you did it. You did the Merlin mispronunciation meme in the Skeptics video. Well done, Luke. Well done. I appreciate it. Yeah, if you didn't see the Hogwarts Legacy Skeptic review I posted today, I did do the Merlin, Mervin, Mormon thing throughout it, and I found it quite funny. So hopefully you guys found it entertaining too. But yeah, the Cyberpunk 2077 stuff was like intentional scammery, which is why, like, to be completely clear, with the Sons of, is it Sons of Liberty, something Liberty, I think it's Sons of, I don't know, but whatever the major DLC is, that's coming for Cyberpunk 2077, I'm highly skeptical of that, and I'm going to hold their feet to the fire. People were saying that I'm unfair to Starfield because Hogwarts can launch with some bugs and glitches, and I'm okay with it, but then, you know, if Starfield launches with bugs and glitches, I'm going to tear it a new one. Phantom Liberty. What's Sons of Liberty? Where did I get that? I don't know. It's probably like a movie or something, but Phantom Liberty, that's what it is. But I will hold their feet to the fire because, like, the last time that these two companies did this stuff or had major releases, they straight up scammed their customers, selling them a product they knew was broken, and they didn't care. And that's evil. It just is. Like, I feel like I'm talking to a crazy person or a brick wall or both when I'm talking to somebody who's like a hardcore, like, Todd Howard simp. And I'm like, dude, like, they lied to you with Fallout 76. They sold you a pile of garbage and knew it was broken and a pile of garbage, and they still sold it to you. Then they scammed you with all this extra stuff.
Bob donated
like,
£5 through
what are we
Super
doing?
Chat. Have you heard of White Light?
Have I heard of White Light? What do I think of the content? I've always enjoyed his perspective and video quality. Keep up the good work. I've never really watched his stuff. I've heard of him. I know we posted our Death Stranding videos within like 6 hours of each other, like our critiques of it, which was, you know, funny because I worked so freaking hard on that Death Stranding critique. It's one of the videos I'm most proud of to this day, at least from what I remember. And that video did pretty good, but on launch day when I put that video up, the whole comment section was just filled with lol 2.5 hour video. White Light enters the room or whatever. Like, that was the whole meme, is because his video was like 7 hours long because he played, like, you know, multiple long cutscenes and dialogue sections. And I didn't really do that in my video, so it was a little leaner. But I've always heard great stuff about his videos. But the first time I ever heard about White Light was with that Death Stranding critique that we put up on the same day, which I find very funny. But I've heard very good things. I don't really watch a lot of gaming YouTubers or reviewers or critics or anything. I'll pop in, I'll check out Maddie's stuff, I'll check out Carrick's stuff, but I don't watch Yong, I don't watch Skill Up, I don't really watch stuff like that. Because I like to keep it fresh, you know. Keep it fresh. But anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, but all told, I just try to treat the company the way that they treat me. If the company treats me like garbage and treats specifically me as a customer, to be clear, not me as like a reviewer or an influencer. If the company treats its customers like garbage, I'm going to hold their feet extra to the fire and I'm going to be very unforgiving. But if the company is understandable and forgiving and flexible and everything like that, and they make a mistake and they come out and they fix it and they deal with it, then I'm going to be much more forgiving. But with Bethesda Game Studios, even after all the crap with Fallout 76, they launch Fallout first and they charge like $100 a year for a subscription model for that game. That's still kind of broken. Like, it still is really rough. Or with Cyberpunk 2077, that was such a huge messed up scam level pile of garbage that it took them 1.5 years, 2 years to fix. And even now the game runs a lot better, certainly. It still has problems like the police, you know, the AI still kind of sucks, and the core systems with gameplay haven't really been addressed. And, you know, there's stuff like that because you can't really just patch that. But it's taken them 2 years to kind of dig themselves out of the hole they got in with that game. So I'm hoping the DLC wins me back over and it shows up and it's polished and it's awesome. I really hope so. But I'm going to go into that very picky because I have no reason to trust them at this point, you know? No reason to trust them. At least a company like Fantastic with the day before is an unknown quantity. We know that that CD Projekt Red, we know that Bethesda Game Studios, we know that they have the capacity to deceive their customers and sell them broken piles of garbage. With Fantastic, there's a lot of red signs, but at least they've never, they sort of have. But they've released stuff and they haven't like straight up scammed people before. They've sold stuff and then closed the game down and left. And I guess you could say that's also scammy. So I guess it's not a great example. But like No Man's Sky maybe with Hello Games, that's an unknown quantity. So you could at least say that that's there's at least the potential for a surprise there, for them to blow you away. Kind of like Avalanche games with Hogwarts Legacy, where they come out. It's a smaller studio, not a huge track record or anything, but they came out and surprised a lot of people with how good their stuff was. So, I don't know. What's this? Have I seen Maddie's video on the fall of Xbox? Not yet. We were gonna check it out, I think. Why won't my chat catch up? Come on. The chat on this screen is like a solid 3 minutes behind that screen. That's weird. And it's like fully scrolled to the bottom and everything. I don't really understand why it's doing that. That's weird, but okay. Okay, the day one patch for Hogwarts Legacy launched. Oh, really? Addressed performance-related issues, various graphical issues, minor glitches and bugs, stability, performance fixes, general stability fixes. Okay. I have not had the chance to test it. I probably will. I'm hoping it just, or not probably, I will, but I'm hoping that it addresses the problems with GPU utilization, because yesterday even the game was still running at like 65% GPU utilization, and that's it. So hopefully they fix it. Luke, thank you.
Luke Sands donated $10 through Super Chat. Going back to the celebrity thing, I met David Spade when I was 10 and I yelled, "OMG, it's Joe Dirt." He laughed and was a really nice guy from my Express.
Yeah.
Also, Hogwarts is freaking amazing. 20 hours
in right now. I mean, I'm glad to hear that David Spade is a nice guy. He strikes me as a nice guy, so I'm glad to hear that he actually is a nice guy. But yeah, I will say the game is a very pleasant surprise for me. I'm very pleased to see how well it turned out. I hope the patch fixes a lot of it, but the game is really surprising. Lucky Trapped, thank you. Jeez. Boom. Welcome to the membership club, everybody. Rocky, you got your membership back. You're hanging on by a thread. Thank you, Luke Trapped. That's very generous of you. Thank you so much. And welcome everybody to the memberships. You guys will get access to the Hogwarts Legacy critique, a full, hopefully a week early, depending on how we schedule it. But you'll get access to it early. You'll get access to the members only streams, which we'll be doing, quite frequently, and it's gonna be great. Bro, I just took my road test and they don't tell me if I passed till 6 p.m. WTF? That's weird, dude. Surely they could tell you. When I took my driving test, the guy, he waited to tell me if I passed or not until we got back to the place. But it wasn't like I had to wait till the end of the day. We got to the wherever their storefront was or their office was. We parked. We go into see my mom because she was there. She had driven me there. And he went through the list and he acted like I didn't pass. He's like, so, we could do better. We took this turn a little fast, and that's a strike. And bear in mind, if we have 3 strikes, it's not up to me. We have to fail you and have you come back and do it again. So you took that turn a little fast. On this one, you merged within 150 feet. So I had to strike you for that. You need to wait a full 300 feet in order to be able to merge like that. So that's a strike. And again, 3 strikes, I can't do anything. I have to send you back to do it again. You didn't get any other strikes, so you passed. He knew what he was doing. Yeah, I had a little heart attack the whole time. I was freaking out. But yeah, he knew what he was doing. He knew it was good. Yeah. Failed my written one twice. Aced the driving test. When I went to do the writing test at the DMV, I don't remember if I failed once or not, or if I just was so stressed I thought I would, and so I made a fake memory. But for us, if you failed it at the DMV, the written test, they would just take it. They tell you the 5 or whatever questions you got wrong, tell you the right answers, and then they'd hand you a new sheet, and tell you to take it again, and you would just retake it. It was ridiculous. Adrian, another 5 gifted. Jeez, guys, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Very, very generous. Very generous. And welcome to the memberships, everybody. That's awesome. Appreciate it. Rockstar is working on a medieval open world game. If it ends up being real, I'm going to lose my crap because I've wanted something like that for a while. Queasy Sneeze, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you. Luke Sands, another $5. Thank you. I had some performance issues on my 3080 and 5800X, 60 to 90 FPS, but yesterday randomly started getting over 120 consistently, even in places that I got 20. Weird. That's weird. I've heard like some people have performance issues, some people have 0. I really don't know. I'm hoping the driver issues fix it. So you have to let me know how it runs for you with the driver fix. KO, thank you for the $1.99 as well. What dropped in the day of patch? The only stuff I've seen is very, very vague. It's like performance fixes, bug fixes, stability improvements. Like not anything super specific. Let's see. I've been working on writing something like this for 5 minutes and gave up. Love being a member and our bond over Jim Carrey's Grinch movie. Well, Darren, thank you. And I freaking love the Grinch as well. Yeah, no. The Jim Carrey Grinch movie is certainly the best Grinch movie. Don't even bother adding me. Like, that's just a fact. No cap. Finna bussin'. You can't convince me otherwise. It's freaking great. Okay. Now, hold on. Oops. Okay. Let's just tackle this before we get any further. Let's tackle the AC Mirage stuff, okay? So, this will probably be turned into showing your age, Luke. You guys are the ones that thought I was 35, okay? Somebody in chat said Luke looks 35 and acts 35. And I'm like, dude, I'm 25. Chill out. I'm a little boy. Looking at the wrong camera. I'm a little boy, okay? Don't at me. I heard a streamer saying that. I think it was like Hassan or somebody. Somebody was like, "Don't at me, bro." So I'm gonna say that a lot. That means that I'll be like a successful streamer, right? If I start talking like that. No cap, chat. But you can't say the T in chat. You have to go, chat. No cap. Real? For real? Bruh. Straight bussin'. I'm going to be so famous so quickly. It's going to be crazy. Oh, God. Imperium, I'm going to knock out the AC Mirage stuff first, just so that we quell the masses, and then we can tackle Atomic Heart after that. I just want to... Because then when people come in and are like, when is the AC Mirage stuff happening? We can just tell them, go back in the VOD. Jazar, thank you for the $10. Very generous. Thank you. I don't know what I just said word for it, but it's pretty close to that. Just thank you. That's very kind of it. Yeah. Loving the Hogwarts content. Oh, God. You got me. Oh, wow. I just got trolled. Wow. Loving the Hogwarts content. Will you rewatch the whole series now? Bro, WTF, you're 25 and another kid on the way. Grown up, LOL. Yeah. No, I'm just getting out of the way. It's because I realized that if I have like the kids and I get the marriage sorted out early and I get all this stuff under my belt before I'm 30, then like by the time I'm 45, the kids will be going off to college. I can sell everything. I can go live on a yacht and just do whatever the hell I want and still be like only be 40, be like in the first half of my life. Like, why not get it out of the way early? I have friends that are like, yeah, I'll probably think about kids at like 32, 33. Like, you realize if you do that, like the kids are going to be in your house until you're coming up on retirement age. Like, don't you want to be able to have some fun? Like, I want to be done with all the responsibility stuff by the time I'm like 40, 45. Still only be 40? Dude, if you're going to live until you're like, hopefully 80, 85, 90, 40, you have a lot of life left. Like, I was talking to Nikki's grandma, who's like 95 years old. And she's like, yeah, it was probably 30 years ago. I had my 65th birthday. I was like, you're 65 and you're talking about 30 years after that. People think 65 and like, oh, wrapping up life. Let's circle it up, boys. Like, but no, like 65, if you're healthy and you got good genes, you could have another 3 decades. So you better like be planning for your future, getting stuff out of the way. Like, come on. Aiden, thank you for the $4.99. Love your vids and streams, bro. I love you. Thank you for that. Lane, thank you for becoming a member as well. Appreciate you. Appreciate that. I'll cap. No gaslight. Finna bussin'. You're damn right. Medieval World, you mean AC Valaha?
Assassins, Creed Valaha.
It will never get old. It will always be funny. I don't care what anybody says. Assassins, Creed Valaha. Oh, god damn, I love it. Oh, Jesus Christ, death of the old me. Goodness gracious. That's ridiculous. Thank you so much, my friend. $99.99. Cool, clean, hunted. A Benjamin, look at that. Thank you. Just felt like being generous today. Enjoy the content you post. Thank you, my friend. That is extremely, extremely generous, for real. And I appreciate you. So truly, truly thank you. And I'll try to keep posting content that you enjoy and not blow it. So thank you. The pause between Assassins and Creed always gets me. Yeah. Assassins, Creed, Voila. Like you could tell his brain was like, oh god, what is that word? Assassins. Oh, I still haven't figured it out. It starts with a V. Creed. Oh man, it's almost time to say it. Figure it out. Valaha. He just could not figure it out. It's so great. Death of the Old Mate. Here's another. Mwah. Oh, much love. That's, oh, Jesus. That's very, very kind. Very generous. My goodness. Thank you. Just like that, this stream became the most profitable stream we've probably had in like, you know, a month or two. 2 months, 3 months. That's very, very generous of you. Thank you, my friend. Very, very much. Soundboard that kissy sound. The fact that you said kissy sound, not kiss or smooch, it's a kissy sound. That makes it weird. Hey, look, how old were you when you got married? I would have been like 23. So, yeah. It's like a lot of this I found that like some people legitimately they need till their 30s to start to get like all of their ducks in a row, and a lot of it depends on like what you're doing for a career. Like if you're becoming a doctor or a surgeon or something, it's going to delay things. By the way, Nick, also thank you for becoming a member. I didn't forget you. Thank you. So that's, you know, something that very much happens. You know, some people with their career, it just takes more time. Some people, you know, they have a relationship going and it falls apart. Or they just have trouble meeting new people, so it delays everything. That type of thing happens, and there's nothing wrong with that. Just because I'm getting my stuff out of the way early does not mean that I'm any more like successful or anything than anybody else. It's just we have different paces. So, yeah. Luke, you're 3 years older than me, and to me, you seem like you're 40. I think most of that is just because people have like zero. It probably comes down to financial education, honestly. Like most of it seems to be related to people's misunderstanding of like compounding interest and investments. Because I found like once people learn how to invest and learn what you need to do to actually make like real money, and have retirement and stuff. Once people learn that, all of a sudden they get their crap together pretty quickly. Like, but it's only once they learn about that stuff that they start to figure it out. And so I think it's like, you know, once you have somebody explain, okay, if you're 20 and you invest $1, by the time you're 65, retiring, hopefully, that dollar will have turned into $88 if you invested it in the market, just the S&P 500. It will turn into 88 without you doing a damn thing. You just set it, forget it. Easy money. Like, it's ridiculous. Jesus God. Oh God, Jesus. Thank you guys. You guys are ridiculous. Blake, thank you for the 10. You think Ubisoft will sell the company? They're not doing well right now. P.S. Congrats to the kid on the way. I'll have my first kid born in May. Congratulations, my friend. Jeez. Very exciting. I have another friend, Caleb. He's got a kid due in May. He's going to be a dad too. So that's great. That's great. Congrats. Thank you. And do I think they'll ever sell the company? Personally, I don't think so, because the Guimond brothers have kept a control of the company. And frankly, I think they care more about the power than they do about the financial aspect of it. So I don't think they'll sell it. I think they love being in control of the company. So I think that's more of it. It's more of a personality driven thing than it is a money driven thing. So I don't think they'll sell it. Personally, it would be good if I was wrong, probably, unless they sell it to like Saudi Arabia or something, but we'll see. And Death of the Old Me again with another 100. My goodness, dude. All right, this is actually the last one. It better. Stop sending me money now. I appreciate it, dude. That's very, very generous, truly. Very, very nice of you. Listening to compounding investments is better than AC Valhalla. Yeah, it's not saying a whole lot, but yes. Truly. But yeah, my goodness. Okay. Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I'm all Gucci though. If you're throwing $300 to a streamer, I hope you're Gucci. I truly do. As I always say, you like never feel obligated to send me anything. Like, I'll be okay. The ad revenue has been doing pretty good, so don't stress about it. But you know, when you choose to toss me a couple bucks or 300 freaking bucks, it's extremely humbling to me, and I do greatly appreciate it. Don't ever get that twisted. But I also don't want you to be like putting yourself in a financially difficult situation just to get my attention. Like, don't ever do that. I'm not that cool. I'm not that special. I promise you. Okay. Okay. Let's tackle this Assassin's Creed Mirage stuff, right? Let's tackle this. So we'll turn this into a clip, a stream clip highlight segment special thing. So we're going to do this. I'm going to close the window first. It's a little chilly. Let's tackle this piece by piece. Okay. So, Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I'm gonna be 80 and somebody's gonna play that soundbite and I'm gonna giggle like while I'm in a nursing home somewhere. Oh God. Okay. So, Assassin's Creed Mirage is without a doubt one of the weirdest games in recent memory, not because the concept doesn't make sense, not because the developer doesn't know what they're doing or has like a really weird history, though they sort of do, but primarily because of how they've gone about announcing it, showing it off, gameplay, all of this stuff. It's been very, very, very weird. What we know right now is that the game is coming some point this year. We know that it's supposed to be a return to form, and that's kind of it. We haven't seen gameplay. We've seen a cinematic trailer. We haven't seen what the actual minutia of the game looks like. They've said like they're focused on social stealth. They're focused on what made the franchise great to begin with, but we still don't really know much. So in this little breakdown with you guys, my goal is to discuss and figure out how much we actually know about Assassin's Creed Mirage and see if we can decipher anything here, and perhaps discover some more information that we didn't know before. To do it, we're going to investigate some different interviews. We're going to look at who is the creative director for this project. We're going to look at which studio is developing it. We're just going to kind of tear it apart and see if we can figure anything out about it as we go along, and we're going to have a good time doing it. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? Assassin's Creed Mirage. It's still not quite as good as
Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
The poor guy. He'll never live it down, and I'll make sure of it because it's so freaking funny. You see, Death of the Old Me, you broke our thing. You're so generous. Look at this. I have to like rescale it because it's clipping out. Okay. So first things first, if we look at the Wikipedia page, we get a rough breakdown of key information that's important to us, such as the developer, the director, lead artist, the writers. That's less important to me for the sake of this conversation. And then we also get some broad notes. And the really useful thing is that we get this breakdown at the very bottom in the references section that links to all of the articles from which this information has been pulled. So if we're interested in like this little thing, like the discussion of real gambling, because you remember during the initial trailer, it said AO for adults only, which means you basically can't sell it like anywhere in the US in major retail stores. And then they claimed that that was not real. It was some mistake, which I still don't really know how the hell that happens, but you know, anyway, we'll talk about it. There's all sorts of insanity with this game, and it's not that like it's not that you can't have one weird thing happen. It's that you can't really have, well, let's just say once, it's like the old saying, once is an occurrence, twice is a coincidence, and 3 times is a pattern. With Mirage, there's like 6 or 7 really weird things about this game that start to get me really weirded out. And maybe it's all just coincidental. It's like a series of 6 coincidences. That starts to be a pattern. There's something weird going on that this game just attracts bizarre behavior from Ubisoft and the publisher and everything else. But maybe it's no big deal. But usually where there's smoke, there's fire. And there's a lot of really weird stuff with this. This game is apparently coming in the next 18 days. I don't think they've officially delayed it. I don't think, because it was supposed to come out in March, and I don't know. I think they might have changed the website due date or release date, but everybody said that it's coming later this year, but I don't know if they've ever officially announced it. If anybody in chat can search on Google real quick whether or not it's been officially delayed and find like an article on that, I would greatly appreciate it, because I have not seen the official delay, but maybe I just missed it. But as for rough gameplay description, as you see here, Mirage is an action-adventure stealth game intended to be reminiscent of older Assassin's Creed titles, being more linear and story-focused, reducing the number of role-playing elements present in recent installments of the series. In other words, they're going to probably go the route of like Assassin's Creed 2 and Assassin's Creed 1 and keep it simple like that. It's a pretty simple concept, makes sense, no biggie. Being more, I just read that, the game is set principally in Baghdad, which is divided into 4 districts, but also features Alamut, the fortress headquarters of the Hidden Ones. Parkour, close quarter combat, and stealth are core elements of the gameplay. Mirage also marks the return of the black box assassination missions from Assassin's Creed Unity and Assassin's Creed Syndicate, in which players have to explore the environment to find different ways to reach and eliminate their targets. As a hidden one, Basim will have a large arsenal of weapons and tools at his disposal, including signature Assassin's Creed hidden blades and smoke bombs. You got a link for me? Awesome. So with this, it's relatively, the chat's going to catch up slowly, so I'll just sit there and wait for it. It's pretty straightforward. This is a difference in approach that we've heard of in recent months specifically, but it's been in the works for a while. Basically, what Ubisoft, I think, realized is that trying to have the one crazy successful game doesn't really work great. Like, hold on, let me pull out MS Paint. As I've shown this before, but the best way to do it is with MS Paint. MS Paint. There we go. So with this, as I've said before, the reason Xbox has been so happy. Do we have the MS Paint emoji? I think we do in chat. Yeah, here. Voila. We have an MS Paint specific emoji in the chat just for this. So with this Xbox, the reason Game Pass has been going so well for them is because Game Pass makes the revenue. Like if we just say that this is our graph, we have this on the X, on the Y. This is the money I can't. I need a Wacom tablet so bad. I need to just invest in it. We have this. This is time. Voila. And so as years go on, we see this. What we see with Microsoft is that their revenues kind of look like this. It's pretty steady. It's a smooth line, and it goes up over time as more people sign up, but nothing too crazy. What PlayStation has been doing, for example, is something more like this, where they have some very varied months of revenue and a couple huge spikes when they have exclusives do very well. And then they might have, a major exclusive that does very well, and it kind of goes like this. So it's two fundamentally different approaches to revenue. One tries to hit the ball out of the park with these major $70 releases that come every once in a while, but when they come, people buy them at full price, and then you get crazy amounts of cash all of a sudden. But when you don't have major releases coming, you're not making very much at all compared to the steady flow of hundreds of millions of dollars coming from Game Pass, where people are paying each month regardless of whether you've had major releases or not, right? With Ubisoft, this blue is what they've been doing as well. They experimented with Ubisoft Plus, Ultra, Platinum, whatever the crap it's called nowadays. They change it like every other day. At least it seems that way. But they have not had a lot of success with their subscription model, which is why they've started bringing their games to Game Pass to try and bring it more closer to this green line. But what I think they've realized is with games like Assassin's Creed Valhalla, you're talking about aiming for a big spike like this. And you'll remember Assassin's Creed Valhalla had a huge spike because it had the highest revenue of like any game in recent memory they had released. It's a very, very successful, very successful release for them in terms of, again, revenue, which, to be clear, just in case, anything gets twisted, revenue and profit are different. Revenue is just the money I take in. I can sell you this DualSense Edge controller. I'll sell you this for $200. But if I paid $200 for it, I had revenue of $200, but I had zero in profit because I sold it for you to you for the same amount that I paid for it. So I don't want to do that. I want to sell it for more, and then my revenue, if I sell it for $250, my revenue would be $250, but my profit's only $50, right? So with this chart, you do have to wonder what the overhead cost is, because this is just revenue. This isn't necessarily profit. If you have a game like, let's just say, this is like God of War, Ragnarok, and then let's say this one is, I don't know what we'd say. I'm struggling to think of PlayStation exclusives recently. Maybe we just say Spider-Man 2. And then let's say down here, this was Forspoken. Okay. So with these, they make tons of money, but there's also expenses associated with it. So if we think of like the expenses running for PlayStation being the red line, with the games, if we just take like the expenses for developing this game and we slap it all at the same time the game comes out, you could see this, and the difference in profit is going to be this amount. They made some good money. But Forspoken, it cost them a good amount of money to market that and make it, but they didn't make that money back. They lost a lot of money. And with Assassin's Creed Valhalla, what they're hoping for is to basically have a game that turns into this green line because it just constantly makes them money as people play it for years. But it didn't really do that. What Valhalla did is it came out, huge spike, and then it trailed down, and then plummeted, and now very few people are interested in it because it's kind of sucky. But their costs, again, if we put the cost for development on launch day, just for sake of easy visualization of accounting, then you can see as they keep developing expansions and stuff, and DLC, the expenses stay high, but it bottoms out and they start losing money. And I think this is what's happened in the last 2 years. They were hoping that this yellow line would stay up here with the green and it would be above their costs. And so yellow over the red, they'd continue making money and they'd be happy with all that profit. But yeah, exactly. Well, marketing is tied into that. Yeah. I'm assuming marketing is part of the red expense. But the point with all of it is simply that it's not easy to just make a game like GTA Online that just prints money perpetually. It's actually kind of difficult. And you can't just make an Assassin's Creed game that is flooded with content and expect it to be a successful game. And I think they realized that even though Valhalla had an amazing amount of content, people got bored with it and gave up on it and stopped playing. And so then in turn, the game kind of died and most people have moved on. I know there's still a ton of people that play it. Most of them watch like JorRaptor. If you ever are wondering how many people play it, just go to one of JorRaptor's videos and he'll still regularly cover like, oh, new merch and new cosmetics in Valhalla. Those videos will still do like 60, 70,000 views. It's a lot of people still playing the game, right? So it's just fundamentally different than I think they expected it to be. So now what they're doing, all of this to say, they are shifting. Their goal is to shift from major quadruple A releases into smaller, easier to develop, quicker to develop experiences that target one single demographic and target them very, very well. And that, I think, is much preferred. Luke, thank you for the 2. Your trash bag outfit falls into that red line. Yeah, exactly. For those of you who haven't seen that, join our Discord. I posted the picture of a jumpsuit that Ubisoft sent me, which was extremely unflattering. So if you want to see that, go join our Discord. It's great. But basically, so like to make it clear, again, like let's just do this. If we have circles of players... Oh my God. If we have circles of players and we say these are like RPG fans, okay? I can't. What is happening? Am I having a stroke? RPG. Okay, these are fans who like RPGs. These are fans that like stealth. Stealth. I need to just get the Wacom tablet for real. Stealth games. These are people that like the parkour, okay? Parkour. It's weirdly difficult to write with a mouse. Oh, I can hold down right click and erase? Oh, who knew? Okay. So parkour stuff. These are people who like maybe, let's just say, open worlds. Luke equals Michelangelo. Yeah, basically. Luke drawing butts as circles. Yeah, that does kind of look like a butt. I'll be real. I'm mature. So with this, there is a little bit of overlap. Like some people who like RPGs also like stealth, also like parkour. So some of these circles technically like should be overlapped a little bit, you know, into each other. That's phallic. But what Ubisoft has tried to do in recent years is they've tried to just make Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
And they try to just encompass all of these groups with a massive game. The bigger this circle, the more expensive it is to develop and the longer it takes, right? But what they're doing now is they're making games like this gray one that target the stealth players or that target stealth and parkour. And then they make this red game that targets the RPG and open world players. And then maybe somebody likes parkour RPG and they can target this group with a separate game. So they're targeting more specific groups, excluding other groups of players and fans, but they're making smaller, leaner experiences that target specific groups while excluding others. Instead of trying to do this blue blob that tries to make everybody happy, because frankly, you can't make everybody happy. When you try to make everybody happy, you're a jack of all trades, master of none. And in large part, like this blue, ultimately, because you don't do the open world well, you don't do the stealth well, you don't do the RPG well, you don't do the parkour well, because you can't do everything well. It's like Todd Howard said, you can't do everything, but you can do anything in game development. What they choose to do, like if they go with the blue route, they're just going to make everybody here slightly dissatisfied. And so people are going to play the game and be like, there's a ton here, and it all is kind of meh. and then they're going to just move on and give up. Whereas if you focus like the red game or the green game or the gray game, then you're golden, because you'll make these people very, very happy. They'll be 100% on board. They will certainly buy the game and be very happy about it. Whereas, you know, the people in the gray, like who like the stealth or like the parkour, they probably won't buy the game. But when they get their gray game, they'll be all the more excited. Right? Oh, strongish guy. You don't even have to pay me to say that. Sugar booger. Yeah. Or booger sugar. Yeah, I guess that works too. But I call Nikki sugar booger all the time, because it's what Jimmy's dad in Jimmy Neutron said to his mom all the time. Oh, sugar booger. I love it. Yeah. Very flattering. She does not like it, but you know, I'm my own man. I don't care. I do what I want.
Catch me outside. How about that?
Catch me outside. How about that? So this is what they're doing. They're moving from the blue circle to the green circle. There we go. Does that make sense? It could have just started with that, but here we are. Anyway, I'm gonna inhale my own crap. Okay, so the premise of what they're doing now makes sense. It makes sense that they want to move on from the jack of all trades, master of none approach they've had in recent years, because it's just frankly not working. While there are a lot of people that love Assassin's Creed Odyssey and Origins and Valhalla, the overwhelming majority of players have gotten burnt out on it, and that tied with the extreme expense of putting that game together, it just stops to make sense pretty quickly. It becomes inordinately expensive and, like, honestly prohibitively expensive. So they've decided to start working on this smaller game and project to try and appeal to the smaller group, make them happy while also saving on costs and appealing to a smaller, more niche group. Now, the company that's putting it together is Ubisoft Bordeaux. Okay, Ubisoft Bordeaux was founded in 2017 in, go figure, Bordeaux, France, and serves as primarily a support studio and collaborates with Annecy, Paris, and Montpellier studios on future titles. The studio is headed by Julien Maillot. I'm trying really hard right now. And Ubisoft Bordeaux has more than 300 employees as of May 2021. Now, since then, it appears that they were tasked with this project. Now, the game's director is a guy named, I think, Stefan. I'm not actually sure how to pronounce it. Let's just look up Stefan. Let's go to his LinkedIn. I think it's a he. And let's translate to English. There we go. So, as you can see, he's worked at Ubisoft for 17 years. Started on AC Mirage as creative director in June of 2021. So, a year and 9 months. Which, honestly, that's not that long. I don't know. It could be that that's when they honestly started it, but that's not crazy long. And what we've heard from, I believe, Jason Schreier, I think that's who we heard it from, is that this game originally started as a major DLC expansion for Assassin's Creed Valhalla. And so what it seems happened is that this guy came on in June of 21, which would seem about right, about a year into the post-launch support for Valhalla. And he came in and said, I mean, honestly, less than a year, right? Because wasn't it like September or November of 2020 that Valhalla came out, I think? So honestly, not that far into Valhalla's support. He came in, started working on AC Mirage, which was going to be an expansion. It kind of grew and turned into this standalone thing. By the time it comes out, it probably will have been in development for about 2 years. Now, that's pretty short for a game nowadays from a major studio like this. You're talking about a 2-year turnaround time. I mean, that's quick. The studio working on it primarily seems to be a team of about 300 people. Also very small. To put it in perspective, Assassin's Creed Valhalla had a team in the realm in terms of total people who touched that game. Thousands of developers worked on it. and you're talking about now shifting it, and they'll still have the help of the rest of Ubisoft, but the primary dev team is way smaller than Assassin's Creed games normally have. So we're talking about a tiny game in comparison to what they've done before, which again could be great, but I think it's going to be such a major step down in scope from what they've previously done that it's going to be a little like shocking. It's going to be, oh, geez. So Zerg, that's a very good question. Could it be, or it's going to be a Valhalla reskin with gameplay features taken out? That's the risk with this. Like, the only way this game works is if they're adding back in, hopefully, high quality parkour systems that they just stripped out of the game. You go back and play like Assassin's Creed Syndicate, Assassin's Creed Unity, and then you play Valhalla, and you see just how simplified and dumbed down the parkour is nowadays. It's shocking. Like, it's like the system doesn't even really exist anymore. So if they add back in some of those systems somehow, that would be great. I would greatly appreciate that. If they really leaned into the social stealth, stuff like that, again, systems that they used to have that they stripped out, that could be awesome. And who knows, maybe that is easy, relatively at least easy to do, because they already had those systems. And it seems like they just didn't check the box in the engine for enabling that gameplay system. They just didn't check the box when they were developing Valhalla. So maybe they are able to add that stuff back in, kind of refocus. They get rid of the close hand-to-hand melee combat system, and they're just like, yeah, we're going to just do stealth. We're going to focus on stealth. You're not going to be able to just massacre people freely. It's going to be stealth focused. And if you assassinate somebody you're not supposed to, it desynchronizes you and you're screwed. Just watched all your Mervin puzzles and your recent Hogwarts Legacy review. I'm glad. I'm hopeful people actually, I haven't looked at like comments or ratings on the video yet. But hopefully people found it funny. I'm sure there's somebody that started typing in the comment section like, actually it's not Mervin puzzles, it's Merlin puzzles. Then as it goes on, it just gets more ridiculous. But anyway, the reason I'm saying this, the final stealth mission in Valhalla, they added a few things to parkour on it, a few places to hide, and discouraged combat. And I think, honestly, again, I wouldn't have a problem if they got, like, they just straight up removed the melee combat system, the hand-to-hand crazy fighting, and they stripped that out and made it so you can only really engage in stealth. If they did that, I would not actually have a problem, so long as the stealth is, like, decent. But at the very least, then they're being consistent. It's like, we're doing a stealth game. This is a stealth game. That's what we're doing. Easy peasy. Then I'm down. But it's this wishy-washy trying to do the close hand-to-hand combat with stealth that doesn't really work too well. I've been looking for those comments. My guess is, Zoran, if people did post those comments, that they deleted it once they got further in the video and realized that I was trolling them. Plus, it was pretty heavy-handed by the end of it. I called it like the Mormon puzzles and the Merton puzzle or something like that. You know, I got a little aggressive with it. But this guy's an OG with Ubisoft. Again, 17 years, been there forever. And so he's an OG. Might actually be able to pull this off, might not. He's previously been a content director for Wrath of the Druids, which this seems like a title they give somebody who's like heading up DLC for games, which again verifies and jives with what we've heard, which is Mirage started as a DLC and then turned into a full game. So I think that this probably starts, he started as a content director on it, and then they were like, yeah, it's going to be a full game, so you're a creative director now. He's like, oh, cool. Sweet. So that's who's heading it up. Again, just if it really started development in June of 21, that's really not a lot of time to throw together a 20-hour game. They can probably do it, but again, I would fully expect this game to look identical to Valhalla in terms of graphical fidelity and assets and everything like that. I would not expect it to be that different. And UI is probably all going to be the same. Like this really seems like it could, and it has the potential to come out and be a very much it might come off as a cash grab, because it might come out and be like really not that different. Just Assassin's Creed Valhalla, but they removed melee combat. The parkour still sucks. The combat and stealth systems are still like really, really minimalistic and bland. I hope that's not the case, but that certainly is a possibility with only 2 years of development. If we go to the pre-order page, again, trying to find out more information on this, game info here. So they posted some screenshots. As you can see, it's not clear, to be honest. It's not clear if this is actually like a cinematic screenshot, if this is something taken in photo mode, or if this is like a sort of hybrid of concept art / cinematic. We don't really know. This screenshot looks to be like an actual screenshot, but again, it's just hard to tell. You look at this and let's see, can I search this? Google Lens? Come on. There we go. If you look at this to me, you look at like the texture quality, the lighting quality here, this looks to be in-game. So I would say that this is probably in the game itself. This doesn't look that interesting, but who knows? It's a screenshot. It's a screenshot, whatever. But like this is all we've got. And bear in mind, like the reason that this is if we take a point at another weird thing. So the 2-year development cycle is weird. That's very quick. Maybe they can pull it off. Going from a DLC to a major full release, it's not super normal, but you know what? Weirder stuff has happened. Like you could even point to exactly Zerg, like Assassin's Creed Rogue. You could look at that as an example. Adrian, thanks for coming by, my friend. Appreciate you. But the second and perhaps biggest and weirdest thing is that this game is currently selling a collector's case or a collector's edition. And we haven't seen gameplay. We don't even know what this even looks like. Which is amazing. Like, amazing. And I've tried to find other games where they've released like full-on collector's editions before we even really know what the game is. And I can't think of another example. I'm sure there are some, but it's not normal. It's weird. It's weird. Other stuff like this actually looks kind of cool. You see characters. They've shown Basim, Roshan. They announced this. I think these both were revealed when the game first was announced. And since then, they haven't revealed anything else, which I would assume they were going to like have a schedule where once a month leading up to launch, they would be revealing characters and stuff. Kind of a fun idea. But since then, they haven't shown anything. And they've been very, very quiet. So it makes me wonder if they announced it too early. I really don't know. As for another really, really weird thing that happened, if we go here, when they revealed the game, on one of the trailers, there was a big adults only. I think I'm going to have to actually Google for it. AC Mirage adults only. See if I can find a screenshot of what it was. Because here. So it was listed, if I move my face, it was listed as adults only on the Xbox store. Specifically for intense violence, blood and gore, sexual themes, partial nudity, and real gambling. Now, I think this is... Okay, let me be completely clear. This is a straight-up conspiracy theory. Okay, there is no clear evidence of this. This is me speculating out my ass. Okay? I want to be clear about that. What I think probably happened, because what the information we have is that Assassin's Creed was announced. They seemed confident about a release date in early 2023, which is why they released the information they did. They released the collector's edition, and they were ready to put it out and make this thing happen. In order to prevent leaks, They usually get a rating on the game as close to the announcement as they possibly can, so that, you know, they don't have information on the game needlessly floating around by people who might leak it. So just to be safe, they usually push that back to the last second. And what we know is that I did hear this by somebody who worked as an indie developer, and I asked them back when this first happened, I said, like, does Xbox default like ratings? Like, if you don't change anything, then it leaves the rating at a set point, and then you have to go back in and change it. Like, for me, for my YouTube video uploads, if I don't change anything, I have it set so my titles are just like, I have a big section of like X letters to tell me like, fill this in. And then my description box has a template that it sits at, but it's not filled in yet. And by default, my videos are set to unlisted. So if I don't change anything, that's how it'll look. It'll plop in there because that's the default. I was like, is there something like that for the Xbox store when you're listing a game? Because maybe the default just got screwed up and it was listed as adults only. And then maybe like by default it lists these things and it checks the boxes, and some intern accidentally checked all the boxes and screwed up. And he said no. He said all of that stuff has to be manually inputted and it has to be approved. Multiple, like the manager of the project has to sign off on it. It's not something that just happens. So my speculation, conspiracy theory, again, that's not based in fact or reality, to be clear. My point is that I think possibly what happened is that they sent Assassin's Creed Mirage off for review for a rating. They were waiting for the rating until the last possible moment in order to announce it. They got the rating at the last possible moment before their announcement and saw that it had been rated adults only. And in a moment of panic, some manager was like, we have to show the trailer. It's like our crowning thing. We have to show it. But like we have to go in there and we have to show the rating that we've currently received. So some manager was like, okay, just render it into the trailer. It'll be whatever. And they put it in there and then they published it and showed it off. And people saw that it was adults only, caused some outrage and concern among fans. And then they cut it out and said, nope, it's actually, that's not the final game's rating. We don't know how that happened. It's confusing. And they tried to divert. I think it was rated adults only for real gambling is the primary reason they say it was rated adults only, because in the stuff that they've shown, people have gone onto the ESRB's website and found that if you have real gambling in your game, it has to be rated adults only. You can have partial nudity, sexual themes, blood and gore, intense violence in M-rated games, but if you have real gambling, it has to be rated adults only. So I think something in this game constituted real gambling. And what we know is that Ubisoft has spent tens of millions of dollars developing a system called Ubisoft Courts. If you haven't heard of this, I've talked about it a couple of times in videos. But what it is it's their marketplace for NFTs. And again, conspiracy theory. I think they probably had a system with Ubisoft Courts in the game, because again, this was being developed primarily in like late 2021, early 2022, and they wanted to figure out like how to implement NFTs into this new game that they were going to put out. So they put this NFT thing in there, maybe with loot boxes. You could win NFTs that you could then sell on a secondary market. And according to the ESRB, that probably constituted real world gambling. And so they came back with an adults only thing. And then some managers signed off on it. And it got put in the trailer. And then Yves Guillemot was like, what the hell are you doing? Sorry, everybody who's from France in here. And he shut it down and had him strip it out of the trailer within just a few hours of the showcase, and was like, nope, we're going to rework the game until that's not a thing because we can't release an adults only thing. Figure it out, cut it out, and we're just going to tell everybody we don't know how that happened. And we're going to delay the game and rework it until it functions without that stuff because we can't release an adults only. title. We just can't. And that's what I think happened. That's my personal theory, okay? I think they tried to put NFTs in it under their Ubisoft Quartz system. And when it got rated, it was rated as actual gambling, because that's basically what it is. And so panicked, they tried to divert and obfuscate, and then they're like, we have to rework like the whole loot system, the in-game store, all of that stuff. We have to rework it. They delayed it indefinitely while they figured it out. And now the game is just sitting in limbo. That's what I think happened, because I cannot think of a single possible reason how you could ever have something like this happen on accident. I don't know how that happens. And nobody I've spoken to knows how that would happen, because Ubisoft's official position is that this was a big accident oopsie and that a mistake was made. Multiple people had to sign off on this going up, and specifically on the trailer, because bear in mind, this wasn't just on the Xbox page. Maybe a troll hacked into it, changed it, maybe and like Xbox misunderstood or something happened. I don't know. But on the trailer, in the video that they streamed, it said adults only on the stream. So in two places separate, there was an adults only rating. So somewhere along the line, an adults only rating was communicated to the marketing team. How does that happen? Like, adults only is extremely rare. Like, if it was, oh, we put T for teen in the trailer, but it's actually M, or vice versa, that I understand. I can explain that away. I can see how I like that type of thing could happen. That seems pretty mundane. I could see that. But adults only doesn't just happen. Adults only is like if the manager comes down and is like, hey team, so that game that we have to put on the Xbox store, I got an adults only rating. That's something where everybody stops and is like, holy crap. Hi, babe. Oh, thank you. Oh, baby. Okay. Much love. Thank you. That's not something that just happens. That's something, if it happens, everybody freaks out. Yeah, exactly. The Last of Us 2 isn't even adults only. Exactly. If you hear that your game has been rated adults only, all hands on deck, we got to figure this out, because you can't sell your game in Best Buy. You can't sell it in GameStop. You can't sell it on Amazon, as far as I'm aware. You can technically still sell it on Steam, though usually Steam doesn't allow it to be posted. There's a lot of, it basically will completely nuke the game's chance of performing where it needs to. So this, again, it's a conspiracy theory, but I think it adequately explains the weirdness surrounding this game. I don't think it was supposed to get delayed. I don't think it was supposed to have, this weird scandal surrounding it. I think they expected to announce it with the collector's edition, do all of this stuff, and then they realized that this wasn't going to work, so they had to freak it out. So they should absolutely avoid NFTs. Well, and I think when they were working on this game, they were in the middle of the craze. I mean, you guys remember just a year ago, NFTs were freaking everywhere. Everywhere. Like every streamer, every YouTuber, every celebrity, Tom, Dick, and Harry, Matt Damon, everybody. They were all promoting NFTs. It's the next big thing. And then, it kind of died out because people started getting teased so relentlessly for it that they were like, okay, no matter how nice the check is, I don't want to deal with the NFT crap. I just don't want to deal with it. And so they move on. And now, we've pretty much bullied NFTs out of existence. And, I find it thoroughly entertaining. But when this game was primarily being developed in the early stages in late 2021 and through 2022, NFTs were still like a common discussion point, especially in corporate boardrooms. Corporate executives really don't understand why NFTs are considered so problematic and so cringe. And so I think that they were probably pushing it, and then they pushed a little too hard. And as a result, the game was rated adults only because they probably had it again, because the whole promise of Ubisoft Quartz and the NFT system is that they wanted you to be able to buy an NFT, which is like a unique skin in Assassin's Creed, whatever. And they wanted it to be so that you could then resell that skin that you got for either in-game currency or Ubisoft currency or whatever, and then be able to trade it and profit from your collection of this thing. And yeah, it's Butters from it's South Park, exactly. It's just baffling that again, this is total speculation. I haven't heard whispers that this is what happened. I haven't heard from anybody that this is what happened. But to me, this explains all of the weirdness surrounding AC Mirage, and I haven't heard anything that adequately explains it other than that something went wrong. Because, like, again, either they announced it too early, the game is actually really buggy, and they're freaking out trying to fix it in time for release this year, and then they also had this screw up with the adults only rating and releasing the collector's edition for sale too early, and like all of this really, really weird stuff happened. Or it was just that they were trying to get a quick cash grab, throw some NFTs in it, and then it kind of exploded in their face. I don't know. Alejandro, thank you. So basically they're trying to make Assassin's Creed a pyramid scheme. It seems like they might have tried, and then it didn't work, and then they started freaking out because the game wouldn't be available for sale anywhere, so they took it all down. Zerg, yeah, they think it adds value as a breakpoint player. I can tell you they already did it and just said players don't understand the concept. Yeah. You're just too stupid to understand it. It's actually really cool and good for you. Especially with Ubi backing off NFTs since September 2022. Yeah, I think that they are just... Ubisoft, again, is extremely desperate, and this is why I'm particularly worried about AC Mirage and all the future games that they have coming, because Ubisoft is more desperate than they ever have been before. Corporate profits and returns are bottoming out. They are losing money. In the latest earnings call, they said openly that they are now, like in the last 2 years, I think it was, they've lost $500 million on canceled and abandoned projects. $500 million they've wasted on stuff that will never release, that was just walked away from. A lot of that was the NFT project. They've just, like, they burned the money. $500 million. So that level of desperation, they are now at the point where they are freaking desperate to try and save their business. And desperation doesn't exactly tend to breed the best quality product. It doesn't usually drive high quality artwork. Specifically in like businesses, to be clear. I think like a starving artist, yeah, maybe a starving artist can be successful and can make some amazing art. But you're talking about artists who are being managed by desperate businessmen, and desperate businessmen usually make irrational, crazy, stupid decisions. Yeah, they should have just donated $500 million. It's like I said in my video, the skeptical look thing. I was like, dude, they could have given me that money. I would have gotten rid of the $499,999,000, and I would have kept 1,000 for myself. Like, we all would have won. You would have gotten rid of your money, and you also would have nothing to show for it, but you also would have made me $1,000. Hell, I'll do it for 500. Like, just toss me that. It's just amazing to me. Like, $500 million on projects that didn't go anywhere. It's mind-boggling. Ubisoft cinematic trailers always slap, though. Yeah, no, for real. I always love their trailers. They've done a great job. All the way back to, like, Assassin's Creed 1. I think they even had a cinematic trailer for that, and it still looked great. Louvre, there was also a report that Ubi was at some point working on 16 Battle Royale games at once. Yes, 16. That's ridiculous. I mean, again, it's just... They've been desperate for a while, but the perception I have of them is that they are so obsessed with trying to tap into the latest trend to milk that trend dry that they just cannot think for themselves at all. Like, they are the ultimate surfers. They really are. And in business, surfing is great for some groups, where you find the trend that's currently successful and doing well, and then you take that trend and you surf it all the way back to the beach where you can retire and hang out at the resort. However, companies like Rocksteady, Rockstar, even recently like EA, Epic Games, companies like that, they don't just ride the waves, they make their own waves. And then they ride them. But Ubisoft just casually comes up and it's like, well, we'll ride that one. But the wave's already 10 feet in front of them. And they're like, we'll figure it out. Just run faster. It'll be fine. And it's been like this for a decade. They just can't figure it out. And again, like, I don't think it's going to magically change because now they're desperate. I think it's probably going to get worse now that they're desperate. You know, nobody ever becomes more level-headed when they are starving. It's not how that works. It's not how that works. So I'm very, very worried about the future of Assassin's Creed. I'm very worried about the future of Ubisoft. I think there's a ton of scary signs for the future. Even Avatar. Yeah, Avatar is also a freaking weird thing where we also haven't really seen anything, and that's allegedly coming later this year. It's supposed to be out last year. Like, it's supposed to be out this past winter. I said, I can't imagine that they delay Assassin's Creed or delay Avatar, that game, because they got to tie it to the movie release. So the only way they delay it is if it's freaking horrible and terribly broken. And then they delayed it. It's like, oh, well, I wonder why. I wonder why. That's a big delay. It's got to be pretty bad if they're delaying that. It's got to be real bad. Real bad. T2000, thank you for the £5. Hey, we've been watching for a while from the UK. First comment. Thank you for commenting. Opinions on Mass Effect. Would you ever do a revisit video? Love the content. Keep it up. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you, and thank you for commenting. I love hearing from people who are lurkers and don't normally chat. So thank you. I would definitely be down to do that. We actually were going to do it. I played a little bit of Mass Effect 1, but we got caught up. There was some, I think Evil West came out, so I got my schedule got screwed up. But later this year, I would like to go back and try it again. Yeah, like Ubisoft would try to run faster in the ocean. Yeah, I did say run faster in the ocean. That doesn't really make sense with waves. But yeah, you're right. Maybe that was intentional. It was a Freudian slip on my part. Just freaking funny. Thoughts on AC Syndicate? I like it. It's weird because it's sort of in the middle of the transformational period of Assassin's Creed, where they were trying to figure out if they were going to do this open world RPG thing or if they were going to go and lean into the classic style of game dev that they had done. I really don't know which side it lands on more, but I enjoy it. I pop into it every once in a while. I like the rope caster. That thing was kind of fun. A lot of the characters are interesting. It's not very well optimized, though. It still runs kind of like garbage, which is too bad, but... Nugget, I like your name. Hey, Luke, just came from the video. Never been that into Harry Potter, but the game looks fun. Should I get it? I mean, if you like open world adventure games, I'd say yeah, go for it. It's really, really enjoyable. Like I said, I mean, the story's not great. You just heard me go through all of it in that video, but like, the story's not amazing. The gameplay is actually pretty solid. And it's also like a cultural phenomenon right now. So I think it's worth jumping onto if you like those style of open world games. So Hogwarts Legacy made me a fan of the franchise. Well, that's good to hear. I mean, that's cool. I'd say, now a lot of people probably are playing the game kind of be like, oh, this is actually kind of cool. And they're going to go watch the movies and read the books now. I wouldn't be shocked at that at all. Is it buggy? Like a little. It's like shadows pop in a little, like things here and there. Nothing game breaking, I would say. Nothing too concerning. Some people have a higher tolerance for it than others. I noticed that stuff like crazy, and I didn't find it too distracting. And apparently they launched the day one patch, and it fixes a lot of problems. So, and crashes on PS5, apparently they fixed a lot of those too. I'm not sure how well they work. I haven't tested it, but apparently it's better. Now, somebody asked me if I had seen this video from Maddie. I have not, so I think we should check it out real quick because it's on Xbox and Activision and the acquisition. I haven't really kept up with it over the weekend or over the week. I know that there were some developments. I haven't seen it, so let's see what this is while I eat my soup that my lovely wife brought me. Let's see. Maddie, take it away, my friend.
Salutations, everybody. It is Maddie here today, sitting down to talk about our favorite news story of 2022. Pretty much.
I ain't gonna do him like that. He talks fast enough. I don't need to increase it too much. Let's see. Alejandro, thank you. I'm going between Dead Space and Hogwarts Legacy right now, and I'm getting whiplash. Also, would you do a video on the Dead Space remake? Much love. I've actually thought about it. I don't know if it'll be a good fit for the main channel. We talked about it on the live channel, and I threw out my thoughts. But I don't know if we'll do like a full video on the main channel. Just because there's so much other stuff coming out and it's already kind of passed, so I think I kind of missed the boat on it. But maybe. And yes, he has a mic stand now. Sure does. He's a real YouTuber now. He made it. I miss the arc of the no mic stand. He would just hold his microphone in front of him. It was really fun. I miss it. Kyle, thank you for the 2 months. You did it, you crazy sob. SOB. You pulled off the Mervin troll. Really laughing. I'm glad, my friend. I'm glad you found it funny.
Dominated my channel throughout that year. Yes, we're talking about the Activision Xbox deal. Now, I made a promise to y'all and myself. It would have to take a significant thing occurring that was making headlines across all the websites, all the YouTubers, for me to sit down and talk about the deal again. I was like, all right, let's look for something more interesting and refreshing to talk about. We were all feeling the fatigue. So during this very busy week where we're playing Hogwarts Legacy and there's been no shortage of drama, I was surprised to see one news bit rise to the top of the cycle. And that was the CMA making their latest statement against Xbox. Now, when I first saw this, I kind of went, all right, it's just another day of legal issues with Xbox and this Activision deal, and I'm feeling kind of uncertain about it. But as I started reading deeper, this is a pretty significant turn of events. Now, of course, I'm not gaming's favorite lawyer. I'm not Hogue Law, so I'm not going to pretend to know the ins and outs of this process, nor do I ever claim to, but I'd like to discuss it nonetheless because this seems to be a significant point in the actual deal where we're looking at how things may start to change and what Xbox will have to do potentially to get this deal done.
I think, so I've said for a while, I think that the deal probably goes through. A lot of huge investors have put a ton of money on the deal. So like, I think Warren Buffett was one of them. Warren Buffett's put tons of money on this deal. And he knows his stuff. And he's not a gamer. He's just a businessman and he can analyze it. And he's like, no, I think it goes through. I think it goes through. So I think this will go through. I think they're going to make a lot of like concessions. But Microsoft has already been trying to do it. And you got to remember, like, $70 billion deal. Activision has a ton to gain, so does Xbox. They have billions to gain by pulling this off. So they're going to throw everything they have at getting it across the table. And meanwhile, PlayStation is playing coy. Apparently the latest thing is that Jim Ryan has just stopped responding to calls and emails. He's just ghosting both sides of the party. He doesn't want to negotiate. He doesn't want to talk. He just wants to take his toys and go home and try to prevent the deal from going through that way. Just really toxic, very professional behavior on PlayStation's part. But we'll see what happens. I think Xbox does get it across the table or across the finish line. I just think that they probably have to bring a ton of concessions. And but I mean, already right now it seems that Xbox is the one willing to make changes and adapt, whereas Sony's just throwing a fit and is like, no, but you're gonna, but no. They're like, you want Call of Duty for 10 years? We'll give it to you for a decade. How's that? They're like, no, more. Stop it. Stop it. latest thing I've heard is that they may just separate Activision away from Blizzard again. Might actually solve the issue. So are you saying like keep Activision separate and not acquire that? Like spin it off, acquire everything else? I'm not sure if that works though, because I think the whole deal is based around getting Activision for Call of Duty. So I don't know. Kush, thank you for that. I think I'm going to do a season review. I'm not going to do each episode, but I'll do like a season review once they're all out. Phil, we should do that. That'd be great. Lockie will wear it. But I don't know. It's really, really interesting to see how they're going to try to wrestle this thing and make it successful.
Or is it posturing on the CMA's behalf? Now, the CMA is the UK regulatory body, whereas the FTC is the one we should really all be paying attention to. And just late last year, we had learned around the Game Awards that they had moved to block the Activision deal. So things since then have been on this downward cycle. And here we are now with the latest stage in the cycle. And it's, again, not looking all that clean. There is much to discuss with what's going on at the CMA. So let's dive in. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're new here, you're into Xbox news and information, consider subscribing. We're going to be going through an article by Ars Technica because they got exclusive statements from both Microsoft and Activision that we'll be going through along with the main story. So let's get to reading. The UK's Competition and Markets Authority, CMA, came down squarely against Microsoft's proposed $69 billion Activision acquisition Wednesday morning. In a sprawling provisional report summary, the government regulator said the merger could hurt consumers by weakening the important rivalry between Xbox and PlayStation gaming consoles and could result in higher prices, fewer choices, and less innovation for UK gamers. Look, off the rip, I see that and I just don't understand. When the pledge has been for Call of Duty to, hey, we're going to put this on Switch where it hasn't been in a dang long time. We're going to continue to support Steam and so on and so forth. I see something like this and I go, where are the lesser choices? Like, what am I missing here? And CMA slowly explains that. So we'll see if they stand to reason. Let's keep going.
For me, again, the unbelievably annoying thing is that PlayStation, again, has been like the king of exclusives for a decade. And then like these organizations are claiming that Microsoft gaining some exclusivity is going to reduce the benefit of like to gamers. It's going to make it more difficult for competition to exist. Gamers, like PlayStation gamers, are not going to get access to these games that they're used to getting access to. So that's going to be a bad thing. I'm like, at some point, I'm like, cry me a river. Like, you guys have been doing this for a decade. And now that some other company's coming in and it's going to start doing it to you, now you're throwing a fit. Meanwhile, Sony's preparing the next launch of its bigger and badder next exclusive that Xbox gamers won't get access to. Like, come on. Get over yourself. Come on. Well, Dominic, it is a meme to say that COD is dying, but also, like, the recent COD was the highest grossing game in their history. So, like, everybody's saying skill-based matchmaking is destroying the game and the whole franchise, and it's going to tear everything apart. Apparently, most gamers don't seem to care at all. They're still playing it in crazy numbers and having a great time with it. I don't like Warzone 2. I don't like, I'm kind of burnt out on all of it. But apparently, it's still overwhelmingly popular with casual gamers. Overwhelmingly, like to a ridiculous extent.
CMA's provisional findings focus on cloud gaming, where the CMA says Microsoft already accounts for 60 to 70% of the global market. After the merger, Microsoft would find it commercially beneficial to make Activision's games exclusive to its own cloud gaming service, or only available on other services under materially worse conditions, the CMA said. Now look, I don't toot my own horn with this story a lot because I fully admit, just shooting from the hip most of the time because I am not a legal expert, but when you look at the market concentration, you look where Microsoft has a strong foothold and where they don't. While they're, say, weak on exclusives, we know they're way ahead of the game on Azure and subscription services. And I always said that when it comes to this deal, we should really pay attention to cloud gaming infrastructure, because when you think about PlayStation, like they tried to do it first with Gaikai when they announced that during an E3 conference, and all of us were going, what? But now we're taking a look at Xbox, who has really stormed ahead and in fact made partnership deals with Sony to provide Azure tech for their own cloud purposes. So there's no denying that Microsoft has always had a strong foothold in the cloud space, and I could understand.
I mean, it's an interesting take or approach for Sony to come in and say, listen, this isn't about PlayStation versus Xbox. This is about PlayStation versus Microsoft. And that's the difference. Because Xbox versus PlayStation, yeah, Xbox is clearly the underdog, without a doubt. But with Xbox versus, or with PlayStation versus Microsoft, PlayStation's the underdog by a lot. Like, not even close. And that's more interesting. That's a more compelling case, which is, it's a good move on them to approach it that way. But I still don't know if it's going to be enough, because I don't know how you, I don't know how you as a regulator go after a parent company for being bigger than the company that's competing with something you're trying to acquire. Like, yeah, it's a parent company. What did you expect? Like, I don't know. But I mean, this is, again, with regulators, there's no law on this. There's no like, oh, well, the law says this, you have to do this, this, and this, and then you can block the deal. If you don't meet these requirements, you can't block the deal. There's nothing like that. Like, you're trying to convince a group of people to allow this $70 bill or $70 billion deal through. It's not actually a matter of like facts. I'm like, oh, well, can this go through? Yes, we meet these requirements. We're good. There's nothing like that. It's regulators trying to evaluate this thing on a case-by-case basis, which is kind of infuriating that a $70 billion deal can be made or broken by just the whims of a few people. But that it is what it is, I guess.
In all fairness, some level of skepticism, like, yo, y'all already are pretty dominant here. You're only going to dominate more with these games, with these offerings there. But to me, that's where competition had thrived. While Xbox fell behind in exclusives, they really picked things up in services and now have the best service in gaming. So what do you want them to do? Fail here so that PlayStation can succeed there? Or Nintendo? I don't understand where we're trying to head with this, but it gets more interesting. Let's keep going. The CMA also expressed particular worry about a small number of key games, of course, including Call of Duty, being potentially locked to Xbox and Windows PCs. While Microsoft has repeatedly promised that Call of Duty would remain fully available on other platforms for at least 10 years after the merger, the CMA notes that Microsoft has previously purchased other game studios and then made their content exclusive to Microsoft platforms. The loss of Call of Duty on PlayStation platforms in particular could reduce competition and result in all gamers seeing high prices, reduced range, lower quality, and worse service in gaming consoles over time, the CMA argued. This is where I do hope the CMA and other regulatory bodies truly listen to reason here. I understand the...
I mean, we've got to admit that it is true. Like, I'm saying right now that the Xbox acquisition is probably going to lead to eventually kind of like an oligopoly, not a monopoly, but it's going to eventually get to the point where Microsoft comes along, looks at Game Pass, and it's like, okay, well, we have this exclusive, and we have this, and this, and we have tons of players interested in our stuff. Let's now raise the price by $5 a month. And then let's raise it another $5 a month a year after that. And let's raise it another $10 a month. And then let's have a spin-off additional pass that you have to buy to get access to Call of Duty. And then we're going to have all of this. Because the most basic system or idea and concept in business is that you corner the market, and then once you have it cornered, you raise the prices because they're a captive clientele. They're going to do the same thing with this, without a doubt. They're going to corner the market and then raise prices for Game Pass and then make it more profitable. That's going to happen. There's no doubt. So it is fair to say that, like, oh, when Microsoft is, all said and done and they have Xbox or they have a Call of Duty exclusive, then they're going to increase revenues by raising prices on that, and that's going to be bad for consumers versus it staying on the current plan now and being bad for, you know, audiences and PlayStation customers that way. I understand that line of reasoning. I understand that perspective, but I do think that it's missing the point of, like, again, Game Pass currently is a very good value. You're speculating on what they might do in 10, 15 years. And if Microsoft is coming along and Microsoft is saying, listen, we're going to give you all of these concessions. We're going to make it so that you have access to Call of Duty on PlayStation consoles for 7, 8, 9 years. And they do all of this stuff to make it clear, we'll work with you. Before we cornered the market, we'll work with you. Like, at some point, you've just got to chill out and stop speculating on what will happen decades in the future. Because eventually, like, you're just, again, it's just speculating. You're speculating that we're not going to let this deal go through because in 10, 15 years, they might do something different. In that case, why are you letting any acquisition through? Right? Like, I acquired this company that has cloud infrastructure. I am running Microsoft, and I bought out Backblaze, which is like a business solution for data storage. We looked at using them for backing up the server for all of our gameplay footage and stuff. And so, like, if I bought out Backblaze for $500 million, then they come along and they block the deal because they say, well, Backblaze might grow to the point where then exclusivity under your platform decreases the competitive advantage that this other company has or could possibly have. It will decrease competition. It'll be bad for customers. It's like, yeah, that might be true. That might happen. But you're also speculating. Your whole thing is based on speculating on something that you don't know about.
Initial gut reaction, like, this is no doubt the biggest franchise in gaming being Call of Duty. And there is true impact in having that under your umbrella, even if it is in a capacity of, hey, this is still going to PlayStation, Nintendo, Steam.
Also, don't you love Maddie's JRPG music? He always has it in his videos. I find it so funny. Oh, Maddie, I'm sorry. I keep pausing it at the worst possible time. I don't mean to. I just have the magic touch with Maddie videos where I just pause it when he's got funny faces going on. I'm sorry.
You're still collecting dollars and cents off of every sale on those respective platforms as well. Microsoft does gain a lot with it. But in the spirit of competition, I look at PlayStation and think, well, you're still going to have that, and you may be more motivated to invest in a first-person shooter to collect all the dollars and cents exclusively through your platform, right? You don't have to worry about splitting the fee with anybody except the developer who's already in your own house, so it's even lessened there. I always find this whole thing about Xbox making Bethesda games exclusive as a talking point, because while we don't have it on absolute official word from a Microsoft or PlayStation exec, there were very strong reports cycling that PlayStation wanted to have Redfall and Starfield exclusively. And
yeah, if you guys don't remember that, it came out that PlayStation was in active negotiations to make Starfield and Redfall exclusive to the PlayStation, at least as console exclusives, up until like the weeks leading into the announcement that Microsoft was going to buy them out. That's ridiculous. That's crazy. No, I've not seen the new one, Crimson. I have not. I should check that out. I didn't realize it had launched already. So that's on me. I just assumed it was coming in March, but I guess it is February. They normally launch in February. I got to do it. I got to tackle it. Yeah, it's really, really funny that they got blindsided like that. It's really funny to think of like Jim Ryan sitting in his office one day and he's like, oh, I feel so good. I'm relaxed. Just had my 5th massage of the day because I'm the head of PlayStation and, you know, it's just something I do all the time. And I feel great because my dinner with one of the executives of Bethesda went really well last night. And in that dinner, we talked about making Starfield exclusive to PlayStation. I'm feeling good. And then his secretary comes in and is like, so, Mr. Ryan, have you seen the news today? No, I've not. What is the news? Pray tell. Sorry, hold on. Should we do the whole scene? I'm so happy. Dinner went great. We're going to make these games exclusive. I'm relaxed. Wonderful. Mr. Ryan, did you hear the news? What news? Pray tell, I'd know of no such news. Well, Mr. Ryan, it looks as though Microsoft is buying them out. That's impossible. I just had dinner with them last night. Mr. Ryan, it's true. It's all over the news. And then it progresses from there. I think that that's probably what happened, shot for shot.
And of course, we saw the beginning of those dealings with Ghostwire Tokyo, and then Xbox took the rest away. We saw how Bethesda was dividing up their content and pretty much selling it off to the highest bidder. And so that, again, is competition, and that's been PlayStation's bread and butter. But for me, when they say games like Overwatch, Call of Duty, World of Warcraft...
Head of Hair? Is that his username on Overwatch? Or is this like his editor's username, capturing footage? Head of Hair. What a name. And he plays as a Mercy? Honestly, if you're not playing as a Moira, as a healer, what are we doing? What do you, like, if you're not getting more damage as a healer than, you know, your DPS guys, like, what are we doing?
Are going to continue to be on other platforms. We're not going to make them exclusive, and these are some of the biggest that Xbox is going to acquire. You know, I think to myself, where are the lesser options coming in? Does Xbox get more competitive options if they can, say, make Spyro or maybe even Tony Hawk Pro Skater exclusive?
Ooh.
Yeah, but again, I feel that's in the spirit of some form of competition. So this whole way, you've noticed I've sort of been looking at all of these statements from the CMA and kind of just offering my view on things. But here's the real kicker. Here's where things do take that major shift I've been talking about, where things kind of start to get dark for Xbox. Because a lot of these we've heard before. Call of Duty's the problem. And yeah, you need to split it up. You need to be fair. This may harm PlayStation, even though there's multiple other competing gaming companies, and Nintendo's been fine without it. But we ignore that because of family and friends. So we get to this new stage in the battle. Okay, Xbox, we're still willing to let this go through. Here's what you got to give up. And everyone expected the biggest deal in gaming and one of the biggest acquisitions of all time to demand some sort of concessions. And what those we expected to be were in the form of Call of Duty. We're giving it away for 10 years. We're not going to lock it down. We're doing that for, we're doing that for Overwatch. We're doing that for World of Warcraft and so on and so forth. Like, they're not, quote, locking things down, right? They're trying to be, quote, fair, end quote. But that doesn't seem to be enough. And this is where it gets really interesting on what the suggested offer is. And the reason it's interesting is because I wonder if Microsoft's not game for this and they can't get their way, do they want to go through with it? Where the deal doesn't necessarily get blocked because the CMA or the FTC say, it's not happening, sorry. But because the concessions they ask for are so grand that Microsoft doesn't see value in, say, paying $69 billion and going, oh, and we only got half the company. So let's read what the CMA is thinking. In a separate report on potential remedies, the CMA suggested its approval of the merger might depend on Microsoft divesting large parts of Activision Blizzard King. That could mean Microsoft splitting off Activision or its Call of Duty business, or making Activision and Blizzard into a separate entity, the last option leaving mobile-focused King as part of the deal. So,
I mean, that, again, I understand why they're saying that might be, again, I'm so sorry, Maddie. I'm sorry, Maddie. I'm so sorry, Maddie. Like, I get that they're saying that that's how they could get the deal across the table. If they basically take out all of the appealing things about the deal, then the deal sucks, and then maybe they'll let it through. But I don't think Microsoft's going to do that. I think they're going to work to get this thing figured out. I doubt they'll have to resort to something that extreme, because that's pretty ridiculous to say something like that. Like, yeah, just take away, you wanted it for Activision and for like Blizzard and Overwatch and access to all of those games. Well, we're going to take all of those out of the deal, and you can have like the guys that make Candy Crush. How's that? Is that good enough? Maybe not. Maybe, I don't know. Like, I don't think it'll happen. Just watch your Hogwarts Legacy video and gotta say, love what you did with Merlin. I'm glad. I'm glad people found it funny. It's probably a lot of people that got triggered by it, but yeah, whatever. New Kids, so many great games people want to play out there. I do horrible things to have EA's library opened up. NBA Street isn't as good on an emulation. Where's that remake? Yeah, they have a talent for picking. Well, I mean, Dead Space Remake was good, so maybe this is going to kickstart something else. Maybe they're going to start putting a lot more stuff out that's higher quality. The merger is dependent on Microsoft divesting large volume of funds into bank accounts. You're not wrong. Not wrong at all.
Why this is so important is because now we're going to learn what Xbox wants from this deal. And their response is going to be key. Because when you look at their replies right now, it's very much a different energy. Typically, they were combative. They were immediately calling out contradictions. And they could do so because they didn't have to indicate directly what they wanted with the deal. But now it's a little more neutral of saying, we're going to speak to them. We're going to hope they see reason. We're planning our statement now. And I understand, given it was within a 24-hour window, they may not have had a full statement prepared. But the reason this is key is now we're going to see, does Xbox want Call of Duty out of this? Is that why the deal was made in the first place? Does Microsoft want King because of the mobile game money? Do they want Blizzard for all of their current and dormant IP? Because right now what the CMA is suggesting, for those who don't understand what divesting parts of the business means, is Microsoft getting them and effectively selling them off. So they could take Blizzard but get rid of the Activision part of the company and the King part of the company to other suitors to split it up, to break it up. They could take Call of Duty but not get the rest. They could take King but not get the rest.
Or, I mean, what it can also mean is just taking King and Blizzard, and then you keep Activision as a separate publicly traded entity, which you could theoretically do. It's kind of messy because it's not clear. And the thing is, like, the CMA is what's in question here, which is the UK group, right? It's the UK's FTC. I guess I could actually just look this up. Can a merger go through if regulators in the UK block it? Because I don't know if it's approved in the US, but it's blocked in the UK. What happens then? Like, so it won't be allowed to be a corporate entity in the UK? Because, like, I don't actually know. I don't... Precedent, interest raised question, big tech. Most recently against Meta when it was ordered to sell GIF platform Giphy. Facebook had acquired Giphy for $400 million in 2020, but the CMA asserted that the deal would limit choice for UK-based social media users and reduce innovation in display advertising. Despite much protestation, Meta later agreed to divest Giphy. I don't know, man. Like, but just in the UK, I don't know. I really don't know. Given our UK current political dung fest, I'm surprised it matters. If the US and EU say yes, who cares if UK says no? Yeah, I honestly don't know. Like, if it is the case that the FTC approves the deal, but the UK's CMA group says, no, we're not letting it happen. Like, these are both American companies. So could they just say, screw you, we're just going to do it? And, like, just do that? Are they then limited and it's like they can't sell stuff in the UK? Is that what they would do? Like, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'll reach out to, like, one of my old business professors and see if they know. Because somebody's got to know the answer to that. Surely. Right? Like, somebody tell me. Tell me. I don't know, because that probably mean that they can't do stuff in the UK. Yeah, I mean, clearly there would be repercussions, I'm sure. I just don't know what those repercussions would be. Like, would the conclusion be that, okay, well, Call of Duty is just no longer available in the UK? Honestly, the deal is still probably worth it to them, even if that's the case. They're like, yeah, screw you guys. Like, yeah, well, if you want to play Call of Duty, you got to set up a VPN. Deal with it. I don't know. It's very confusing. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it's going to be. Wild Hearts. Yeah, so for those of you who missed this other one, Wild Hearts is an upcoming game from EA, published by EA, but it's sort of like Monster Hunter meets Fortnite, meets a bunch of other stuff. It seems relatively interesting, and I'm not sure what the hype levels are. I asked you guys earlier in stream if any of you guys are interested in it, and it didn't seem like many of you guys are, even though this is like the next big game to release this month. And it seems interesting. I mean, it doesn't look bad.
Evidence of our ancient ancestors' extraordinary technology. The karakuri can be found across this land. Though they still worked when I was a child, it has been a long time since anyone...
Like a free climbing...
That is, until you. Harness nature's energy. Wield this ancient tech. Unleash the power of the karakuri and shape them into new forms. I imagine in time how you use these karakuri will change the very way you think about the hunt. Like the karakuri itself, you must be adaptable. And like the kimono, you must be ferocious. Plan your hunt. Set your trap. And bring down these giant beasts. Karakuri can be used for more than battle. They are your tools to travel with great speed. Gather resources. Build your skills. They can even guide you, as they once guided our ancestors. Karakuri alone may not be enough to bring down every beast. Seek allies and together tame a world gone wild.
With the power of friendship. Where's the marketing? Well, that's a good question. I think probably they just were like, we're not going to beat out Hogwarts Legacy's marketing and hype. Come on. Like, at all. Like, let's chill. So I think they've just been waiting. Probably next week, you'll start to see stuff on Monday morning. You'll start to see stuff pouring out. I've tried to get a hold of them for a review code and for contact info, but I can't get a hold of anyone at EA. I think they probably have me on some sort of list. But I'm interested in it. I don't know if we'll cover it. I mean, I might do a video like next Friday on it, just because like I'd like to talk about it. But yeah, it's weird that we've heard like nothing about it. A lot of you guys are saying you haven't seen any of it, which is crazy because this is like the next big game coming this week. It comes out on Thursday, I'm pretty sure. They did a hands-on preview, so this is what like actual gameplay looks like.
After playing more than 10 hours of the early game of Wild Hearts, I can confidently say it's an exciting mashup of challenging monster hunting, crafting, beautiful semi-open world environments, and snappy building mechanics that make it stand on its own four legs. The entertaining hunt, craft, hunt loop of Wild Hearts isn't unfamiliar to me, but the presentation and seamless storytelling were unexpected. Story quests are generally tracked on screen, much like in a standard action RPG, but you can take breaks to hunt specific monsters by starting optional quests from any campfire or the map. Completing these unlocks more optional quests, grants orbs to awaken new Karakuri, the building mechanics of Wild Hearts, and rewards those sweet mats to upgrade your equipment. It's an easy-to-understand, streamlined process, which is good or bad depending on your perspective. This might also change as the game progresses. I was only able to fight 3 of Wild Hearts' large beasts called Kimono and unlock 4 different upgrades after all. There are 8 totally different weapon types to master, ranging in technical difficulty.
I thought she was about to say there's 8 total beasts. I was like, oh my god. Come on, man. But no, this isn't actually that bad. I will say graphically, it looks much more like Monster Hunter Rise than it does Monster Hunter World. So I would have preferred some higher fidelity, but...
From very easy to grasp,
I'll
like
check
the
that,
Karakuri
Phil.
Katana, to requiring both understanding and skill, like with the bow. There are short optional tutorials with a mechanical bear, but they're pretty bare bones. There was a bit of jank in the build
bare bones on a bear.
I played, but learning how to outmaneuver it is just kind of part of the genre at this point. I'd also like some of the feedback to be a bit more crunchy and obvious, but generally, Wild Hearts combat feels good and leads to plenty of hype moments. Wild Hearts is more than just swinging around flashing weapons though. You can build stuff, the Karakuri, on the fly. This building mechanic really sets Wild Hearts apart from anything else in the genre to my knowledge. No, Fortnite is not in this genre. With Karakuri, I could do things like build crates in an instant to leap off of and deal devastating attacks, or build springs to dash away in place of a dodge, which was especially useful if my stamina was low. Building Karakuri in certain ways creates new structures, like this bulwark. This large wall stopped the King Tusk in its tracks.
That's cool.
If I built it correctly. I'll eventually develop the skill to do this under pressure, but the loss of 6+ Karakuri at once with no payoff can be quite a ruinous setback.
So it's not just drop and plop, it's like you have to actually construct it in the right way. That's crazy.
The building Karakuri requires thread, which is usually overabundant, but it had run scarce in the area we fought in. You can climb any kimono and attack weak points to replenish these materials, but I frustratingly failed to reach the only remaining spots. Unable to build, avoiding the monstrous beast attacks became very difficult, especially with the katana's kit. I got knocked around an embarrassing amount before finally claiming victory. Despite the difficulty I described in this instance, I did only die one time, and I never failed a quest. I also can't help but blame my own inexperience with Wild Hearts at that point, and that frustrating near failure made figuring out what did work all the more rewarding. I slayed the King Tusk in much less than half the time with the parasol-like Wagasa, since I could rely on parrying instead of trying to iframe my way through a wall of fleshy vines. Outside of combat, you'll need to use Karakuri to get around. Luckily, the things you build stay in your world for good, at least until Kimono or you destroy it. Though I was able to explore almost every nook and cranny of Wild Heart's first of 4 hunting grounds, Hanagasumi Hill, there's still more to do. The gorgeous sea.
And the other thing with this too, guys, and as an American, this hurts me. There are places outside of the US and Europe and Australia. There's other places, okay? So this may not actually be targeted for like Western markets. They might be pouring all of their advertising money in Japan and China, because this game very much is in line with a lot of other very successful games that they've had over there. So I think that this is one of those cases where I think it probably has marketing going on. It's just not targeted at you or me. So I don't want to just assume there's no marketing at all because I haven't seen it. It's like, no, it could still be there, but it's just not something that you're seeing, right? But I think it looks interesting. It will scratch the Monster Hunter itch for now. I'm still like very much in need of another Monster Hunter game, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's see. Stevie, thank you. Regarding AC, all AC games had an average of 2.5-year development cycle. Had an average, well, yeah, I guess, but the difference is that this one is being developed by a team of 300 people, roughly, Probably a little more. They probably hired more people. But this studio that's currently heading this up previously has only done like support work and DLC work. Whereas like Assassin's Creed Odyssey and Unity and Origins and Valhalla, they all have had teams of like, you know, Ubisoft Montreal, which is like 3,000 people or something working on it. So it might be fine, but the shorter development cycle with a smaller team is particularly what kind of concerns me. And even still, like, yes, they might have 2 years between them, but like, for example, Assassin's Creed Origins, they started work on that after Black Flag. So like they started on that pretty soon after Black Flag, which I think they ended up spending like 3 years. So it's still like not that long comparatively. So I think you're right. But it's still like a it's still relatively interesting. I don't know. I mean, maybe this smaller team is actually like they're just the ones at the front, and it's actually being developed by the 3,000 people. It's just the front leading team is only 300 instead of the front team being 3,000 people. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Hey guys, anyone notice if cloud gaming services or saving service on Xbox is down right now? I can't sync my saves. Oh, weird. Yeah, if anybody's playing on Xbox, check if your cloud saves are working. Apparently for some people, they're not. And back, went to watch the new South Park episode. It was good. I need to do that then. I just spaced that it was out. I spaced it. I'm a noob. Okay. It's really weird getting recommended my own videos on the homepage. It's really strange. Let's see. Oh, do I have an opinion on the Netflix password sharing update? I mean, for me, it seems there's a handful of problems with it. At the outset, I'll just say, I get it. They want to try to increase revenue, and they understand that with like 5 users on a given account, and then people can use the same users on the same account. It's very, very common to have one Netflix account for like a whole family that with, you know, is like spouses and children. Like you could have realistically 15, 20 people using one Netflix account, which is like kind of insane because their goal would be to have all 20 of those people signed up or 10 of those people signed up. But instead, like you have one account with password sharing enabled where people are just sharing the same account across all of these different devices. And so they're looking at it and they're like, okay, well, how do we fix that? Maybe we just go in and we make it so you can't do that and you can't share passwords and that's it, and deal with that. And you know, all of a sudden we'll force those people to get accounts. But I think what they're failing to realize and really consider is that there is elastic demand with Netflix. Let's do it again. Hold on. Paint. MS Paint. The whole idea behind elastic demand is basically like if we look at, say, a demand curve, if we're looking at this, like in theory with, let's just say this is demand. Okay. I don't know. Let's make it a line. Make it even simpler. When there's pressures put on something, like say, oh, the price has risen for this product. The price has risen. So if the bottom axis is like this, is the price, then we could say as the price rises, perhaps the demand falls because less and less people can afford it, right? That makes sense. And so we could look at this and we could say as there's these pressures, then the demand is going to fall, it's going to shift and move and everything. And in theory, you should see as the price rises, the demand at the very least changes. This would be elastic demand. So in the case of Netflix, maybe instead of like money being the determining factor, the determining factor is like, I don't even know what you'd say. Like maybe this is just convenience down here. Like, you could say it's tied into cost, but it's also just convenience of like not having to pay the full amounts and all of this. But you would still hope that as like the convenience, maybe if we say low convenience, high convenience, if it's really inconvenient, the demand's going to be lower versus high convenience. It's super, super high. Like just being able to share accounts and it's cost effective and all that. This is also sort of price, but whatever. I think Netflix thinks that their graph is like this and it's very shallow. And they're like, so if we take this from here, or let's say most people are here, they're sharing one account, the convenience is super high, one family can have one account and everybody's happy. And then they go, and they're going to get rid of that and say, nope, you have to each individually have your own accounts and pay for it. It will become extremely inconvenient by comparison, and you will drop this much. But this much really is not that much when you look at the grander scheme for the cost, especially because their revenues are probably going to increase a lot comparatively, because they're going to get more signups, more people are going to do it. But the thing with Netflix is that Netflix is not actually a line that's this shallow. I think that Netflix is a much steeper line, if not even more so, because the only reason like we have Netflix installed up on the TV upstairs is simply because we're password sharing with Nikki's family. They came over because they were babysitting one day. They signed into their Netflix account to watch whatever show they wanted to watch, and they kept it. And hi, babe. Yeah, it's spicy. And they kept it, and they were happy, you know, and we're down for it. But like, if it got to the point where now we have to pay for it, we'll just stop using it entirely, because I don't care that much. I really don't. Like, it's not actually that important in my day-to-day to be able to watch Nailed It. You know, there's not that many shows. So I think they should stop focusing on these things and instead focus on like better content that makes it so even if they raise prices, I want to stay. How are you?
I hung a towel bar.
Oh, you hung the towel rack?
I did.
Well, he's a sleepy guy. You can't really see it, but he's asleep. Good fella.
I used a level.
Use what?
I used the level.
Oh, the level. She tried mounting a bunch of bookshelves and stuff and didn't use a ruler, didn't use a level.
Followed my heart.
It's like, yeah, no wonder it's crooked. You can't just be like, oh, yeah, that looks right.
Crooked with
doesn't work.
love.
Crooked with love. I'm crooked with love. Where's that tired fella?
The Phineas and Ferb song, I Ain't Got Rhythm, came on in the car.
Oh, yeah?
I had a moment. It was beautiful.
Phineas and Ferb had some amazing songs back then.
Oh, man.
Do you want the soup? Or the seat?
Do you need more soup? Is that your
No, I'm good.
your
I saw a comment that was like, what soup did you make, Nikki?
Oh, it was leftover chicken chili that my mom gave us.
White chicken chili. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Would you like the seat? Or are you headed back up? Or you don't know? You don't know? She doesn't know.
I don't know anything. I'm still sick, apparently.
I'm also kind of sad. It's specifically like my sinuses. I don't know if it's...
I went to the doctor.
Oh, yeah, that too. Yeah. But we won't like delve into that. But like, I don't know if it's just dusty or what. But I also like super tight in that.
You're able to turn off the heat from down here too. It's hot upstairs.
Oh, it's hot?
Yeah, it's like 74.
Is it not cold outside? I don't know what's...
It's like 40s, 50s.
Weird. Yeah, I'll turn off the heat. I'm definitely okay with that. I came down here and it was 91 degrees in this room. It's because I shut the window and I put this thing up to insulate better, and I opened the vent. Oh, hey, Vel. And I came down here and it was hot before we started the stream. It was bad. Smart thermostat. Okay. Probably eco mode. Let's just do that. Okay. Hope you both feel better soon. I think the weekend will be very much appreciated. Yeah, the 4090's heating the room up. Yeah, for real. No, whenever we play games, it gets ridiculously hot in here. I give her the chair. I tried. I asked her, would you like the chair? Would you like the seat?
I'm a woman. I'm always gonna say no.
Okay, so that's a yes. That's what that means. Marriage, ladies and gentlemen. Marriage. Take a chair. Have a seat over chair.
Thanks, babe.
I wonder if I can pull.
Thank you.
I wonder if I can pull Vil out to say hi.
Oh, please don't.
You guys haven't seen Vil in a while.
Please do it when I'm not here. Please.
Please.
Please. Okay.
Do you need a spray? I'll spray you. I'm sorry I scared you. Hi. Nikki, hold the stream down.
Oh, okay. Hello.
We gotta take a bath, dude. Oh.
How is the Legacy playthrough going? I'm thoroughly enjoying it. I'm putting probably 4 hours in a day.
I'm sorry. See, this is why you can't say what you said. Okay, for those of you who missed it, I showed a picture of my phone background. Okay. And it's a very cute picture of our son that's in her belly. Okay?
He's in my butt.
You can see it, I think, pretty clearly.
No.
You see him there, his little nose, his face. He's got the arms up kind of like this. You can see it. Nikki came on stream the other day and was like, oh, yes, it's a goop baby. It looks like goop.
Really goopy.
And now people are like, how's your goop baby doing? See what you've done?
Her goop baby. I don't know what to tell you.
When he comes, people are going to remember this and are going to call him Little Goop.
A little gooper.
Little Goop.
Goop.
My son, Little Goop.
I'm okay with that.
Oh, do you guys remember Meet the Robinsons? That movie from back in the day with Goob?
Yeah.
Lil Goob was the little boy in that. That was so good.
So good.
That movie's phenomenal. We should watch that again.
Meet the Robinsons?
Yeah, Meet the Robinsons.
Oof.
I remember being really sad. I don't remember a lot of the story, but I remember it being really sad.
Michael Yagubian.
Yeah, Mike Yagubian. The bad guy was really funny in that, though.
All the quotes are coming in that everyone hated me.
Everyone hated me.
Hey, Mike!
You want to play ball? Everyone hated me.
So good. So good. Does the goop baby taste like strawberries?
Yeah, remember? Because you said Lockie tasted like strawberries. You can't say anything. They will remember.
I don't remember half the stuff that comes out of my mouth. There's a lot. I'm just an awkward person. I don't know what to say. Are you good?
I thought there was a wall there, so you guys will see it in the replay. I put my hands here to try to lean on the wall.
Ghost
and I
wall.
just missed it. Yeah, that's what I meant to do.
Goop.
Hanging with Goop. That movie has an amazing soundtrack. Yeah, Little Wonders. I catch my dad when I'm up like visiting in Wyoming. I'll catch him listening to that song. And it like makes him emotional because it's very sweet. Luke, do a flip. You can't handle the flip. I really hurt my wrist just now.
Sorry.
That was weird.
Do you remember that Justin Bieber joke from like middle school or high school? Which is really awful. It's not a good joke, and it hasn't aged well. It's the joke specifically where it's like if Justin Bieber was on top of a skyscraper, would you tell him not to jump? And then somebody says, no, I tell him to do a backflip. It's not a good joke. It's horrible. We don't talk about offing people.
People hated.
Oh, not good.
People hated Justin Bieber so much back in the day.
Yeah, like 2013, 2014.
I think it was all because like most of the hate was starting with like teenage boys, and I think it's because they were jealous that all of their girlfriends had crushes on him. I insist that's the case.
I never got into Justin Bieber, but you did. Luke loved Justin Bieber.
I'm a believer.
Yeah, he is.
Believer. Through and through. The BTS thing, I don't understand that. Yeah.
It goes over my head. It makes me feel incredibly old.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't get it. I see it trending all the time because I have like flags for like on Twitter to get told about like behind the scenes things for movies and games. I find behind the scenes stuff really interesting, but behind the scenes stuff is also known as BTS stuff, and that's the name of the group. And so I get flagged and they put on my timeline all the time BTS stuff. I swear I don't want it, but Twitter
I have nothing against it. I just
don't get it. I don't find the music good. I don't find the dancing interesting. I don't get it.
But we're musical theater people. So, I mean, at the same time, there's a lot of people that don't get what we like. And Phineas and Ferb, we're Phineas and Ferb people. Or we listen to the Bob's Burgers soundtrack on a loop.
Lockie really likes it, yeah. I don't know how he knows, but he can tell like the characters' voices, the cartoon characters' voices, and he'll stop crying in the car if he hears Bob Belcher or Linda Belcher singing. It's pretty funny.
I was in King Soopers the other day grocery shopping, and I was checking out, and the lady that was like standing at the self-checkout to make sure everybody's fine comes up to me, and I put a show on for Lockie because he was throwing a fit.
Something?
No. He was throwing a fit in the store, and she comes up, she goes, "Oh, what are you watching?" And I look at my phone, and I'm like,
there's
"Oh,
a delivery man here.
Bob's Burgers." Okay, well.
I'll be back, I guess.
Oh no. This is like one of those moments where you leave the baby with the phone and you don't know what they're gonna do. Except I'm the baby. I don't know what I'm going to do. Oh man. Press buttons. Oh, I could do that. I'm really tempted to come down here and just change all his screensavers one day. I think it would just drive him insane. How do I be myself? I think I'd just start speaking in tongues upside down or something. That would be myself.
The guy didn't ring the doorbell. He just stood there.
Oh.
After knocking. It's weird.
Rickroll Luke.
Unplug stuff. Guys. That's funny. You should mess with this someone. She will go through, like, I was once writing a script for a video on my like iPad or laptop or whatever when we were at the last apartment. And I got up to like go to the bathroom or something, and she went into the script and randomly wrote in boobs. And like, I like boobs in the script. So I didn't know. And I sat down to record the video voiceover like the next day. And I'm just like, and the thing about whatever game I was talking about, Jedi Fallen Order, is that I like boobs. I was like, what? And then I realized what she had done. So I wouldn't put it past her.
He does talk to text a lot, and I like to throw in sentences.
She wants all, okay, I was replying to like a pretty serious business matter, like a negotiation kind of thing. So it's like, yes, I think we could do it for that amount. We would need X deliverables on these dates, blah, blah, blah. I like boobs. Put the dick in me. Like weird stuff like that. Look, Nikki, the day that I don't notice and I'm not paying attention
is the day that you forget I'm your wife.
We're screwed, I tell you.
Keep you on your toes. If you do ever see something really alarming from Luke where it's just like very inappropriate and it's made it into something, you know, it's
Oh yeah, if I ever randomly tweet out something like really weird or embarrassing, it's probably because Nikki stole my phone and thought it was funny.
I would never steal.
Because it is kind of funny. I mean, let's be real. Hold on, swapping lenses because this one's freaking out.
Seriously, it's stuck in my head. It's like, ain't got rhythm.
No, I ain't got rhythm. I ain't got rhythm.
Yeah.
I ain't got rhythm.
Okay.
Yeah?
I'm trying to think of a question. I had one.
Freaking out.
Oh. I'm just so proud of myself. I hung a bookshelf.
Yeah, you did.
I did it. I redecorated a whole bathroom. And it only looks slightly better. Oh, there's Mimi Cat. Right into the mic.
Hold on, there's a candle going. You're gonna burn your hair off.
Yes, she is.
She's done it before. She showed up and it's just like meowing. I want cuddles, stuff like that. And then she we look closer and she's missing half of her whiskers on the right side of her face.
They're all curly and short.
Because she was like huffing candles.
Finley's worse about it.
How she hasn't killed herself doing something, I don't know. She's a very stupid cat. I love her, but she's dumb.
Oh my. Oh my.
Where's your brother? Finley.
Luke, are you liking Hogwarts Legacy though?
Oh yeah, no, the platinum unironically probably takes like 90 hours.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, it's a lot. My pussy is dumb, lol. She is, dude. So Hermione's one of 4 sisters.
More. There's like 5. There's
there's
5 of them.
Well, a couple of them are actually they were adopted by my brother Tim, and they like one is super scrawny and flighty, the other is super cuddly and like an actual furball, like
She's just a
crazy
fat little pancake.
Yeah, super soft, very lovey. She lives in the same same apartment that Jacob lives in, so he will like be editing videos and I'll be on a call with him, and he's just like, oh yeah, she's like asleep on my feet, like she's just a cutie. Then there's Hermione, who's her own brand of weird. She's like the huntress who thinks she's really smart but is actually pretty stupid.
She can catch flies.
She can catch flies. Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
She'll catch the fly and then keep it in her paws until you see it, and then she'll eat it. I did tell you guys that one time she found a mouse, brought it outside of our bedroom, and was like meowing all night. And I was like, she's just trying to get attention, whatever. And when I opened the door in the morning, I came out, and Hermione's sitting there, just looking up at me, with a mouse that seems dead, but it's like it actually starts twitching and moving a little bit. It's just a tiny mouse, like a baby mouse sitting in front of her. She sees that I see it, and then she leans down and bites it on the neck, killing it. And she looks back up at me with like blood coming out of her teeth and mouth. Like, are you proud of me? I got breakfast.
I like to imagine isn't it? It's dogs can differentiate between themselves and humans, and cats think that humans are just really stupid, dumb, naked cats.
Yeah.
And so she's like, here, I have brought you food. You have not eaten all night. I've kept it alive for you, so you know it's fresh. Dumb human.
I do like how she does act like we're just super stupid. Like, she'll find food on the floor that Lockie has thrown or hidden, and she will like try to lead me to it because she thinks that she's like, you're so dumb. Come over here.
Dumb.
Look at this. Eat this. You're welcome. She's funny. Windex on the camera, guys. I don't actually know. I think it's slightly.
I think it's out of focus.
It's actually clean. Hold on. Stay there, Nikki.
Oh, okay. I'll stay here. Blah, 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 blah. Burn, ticka, burn, ticka, burn.
And that's it. That's it. Put some Windex on it. Dogs are goat. We've thought about getting a dog, but it's like...
Honestly,
it's a lot.
I think... I never thought I'd be the adult. It's like, okay, I think I'm done with pets once my pets are gone. And right now with a baby and 2 cats, and the cats are very low maintenance. I'm like... I think just having a kid for a little bit is good enough. I don't need more people peeing in my yard.
Yeah. Dogs are more work. Well, the reason we would consider is because like we love the idea of like Lockie getting to grow up with a dog and have that bond. That's super cool.
But we also love the idea of traveling internationally for long bits of time, and that's really hard to do with a dog. Our cats could care less about us.
Yeah.
The dog would wait every minute of every day, like Hachi. Is that that's that story? Is that dog? So. I don't know.
Which story?
The one where he like sits on the grave or next to a statue every day. I never watched the movie.
Oh no. Hachi's my grandparents' dog.
Oh.
They have a deck. Like, you know how some apartment buildings are like 3 stories, then all the decks for each apartment are stacked on top of each other? Well, my grandparents' dog, Hachi, got explosive diarrhea, and they live on the top floor. And so liquid dog crap dripped from all the decks down onto all of the neighbors' decks. And the lady that lived beneath them was like an 85-year-old woman and asked my grandpa for help because she didn't know what happened. She thought maybe like a plane had an oil spill or something because there was a dark brown sludge all over her deck and she didn't know how it could get there.
Yuck. Hachi is the story I'm thinking of. I knew it. I knew it.
I was like, no, Hachi is like RNC. Did the smell kill her? I don't think old people can smell that well. It's why old ladies always smell like crazy strong perfume. It's because they can't smell as well anymore, so they spray more of it. Like
I aspire to smell like rum and donuts as an old lady.
You want to smell like
no perfume, rum and donuts. That's how I know I've made it.
I mean, if you live on rum as an old lady, that sounds awesome.
You won't be able to smell the vodka on me. Like what? I'm not gonna start drinking gin.
So you're okay with them smelling rum?
I want them to smell the alcohol.
Are you gonna drink a lot as an old lady? She doesn't drink much at all.
Now.
Like, well, you're pregnant, but like when she's not pregnant, she doesn't really drink. She's weird about it.
I could go for a cocktail.
A cocktail. That's not drinking. That's having a drink. It's different.
I don't strive to get messed up in a college town, Luke. That is how bad things happen.
But you do strive to be an old lady who smells like rum.
Yeah, because then nobody will be like, oh, let me get you in an alley. I'll be old. It's fine.
Where does the rum come into this, though? I still am missing where the rum is part of it.
Only hard liquor I like.
It's true. She does like rum. When she's not pregnant, she doesn't drink a lot. Oh, that does sound bad.
When I am pregnant, I just drink constantly.
Yeah.
All the time.
Crimson, thanks for coming by, my friend. We'll watch the episode of South Park. We'll talk about it Monday. Thanks for coming by. Oh, yeah, it's also past 2.
Yeah, it's past 2.
It's past 2. Well, thank you, everybody, for hanging and chilling. It's been lovely. I just realized when I stood up how badly I have to pee. So I'm kind of keeled over because of that. But thank you, everybody. Thank you for the extremely generous donations today, everybody. Truly humbling. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. We'll be back Monday. Rockin' and rollin'. Do you have any fun closing remarks?
If you think you smell bad, you probably do.
I have nothing to add to that. It's true. Signed, sealed, and delivered. Thank you, everybody. Much love to everybody in chat. Hugs and kisses. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Distant outro noises. Bye.